Okay. Um, dio, aha, ima ovaj kliker, ja? Jel imate možda USB-C za ovaj kliker? Je, treba biti. Eštin. Ali isto tako, zbog kamere, zbog snimanja budete na jednom mjestu. Jer ide na stream i na A nisam baš dobar u stanju igdi. Ali dobro, probat ćemo. Probajte. Probat ćemo nekako. Mi idemo, vas to to je vrlo... Ja vas razumijem. Da se slučajno ne bi micao okolo. Je, da se ne bi zanio malo. A dobro, nema veze, probat ću. Malo mi je to nezgodno do duše. Dajte mi svejedno to jer to mi je onda lakše nego da stalno ovdje mora nešto. Je li ovo spojeno? Je. Ćemo vas malo tu zafrkavati, ali dobre. Ok, dobro. Da imam to radi. Ok,
For example, for this name.
Yeah. No problem. Nemam ništa, improvizirat ću.
A oni su kao sključeni da ne reguliraju. Ja sam očekao da će imati već što se komentar, kasnije došli, niš ključ, tamo, kasnije ti ćemo konferenciju. Već kako se uključuje.
Da, sastavi ga to negdje.
Postavljeni su
Promijenili su, stavili su, ne, ekipa iz tehničke je maknula, ali za klanje zvuči.
slikani guži.
Da, to nije Insig ovoga stavio, nego su ovo. Mislim.
Ja, to stavljeno, znači to je onaj tekst.
Well, so again, you can get them to the silence giving us right to do that. So, okay, so now you need to make a decision. Are we just gonna play the recorded ones or just skip on? Well, I don't give that time to socialize. There's nobody going to online. No, I sent an email. Lost fan. You can go on the phone chat saying like, I don't know. Thank you. This is not good. So, if you need that, you need one. Next one, people last second. Great. Great.
Thank you.
No. Yes. My colleague.
Yes, thank you. Right,
Moramo ponovno otići.
Prvi nego drugi. Sve samo.
A di su nam ti notovi? Jesu ti not spikeri dali? Dajte. Nima damo već. Makar si ne. Dakle, baci prezentaciju s ovoga. Jesu nam ti not? Ti not spikeri, što? Znači onaj... Ivan, imaš dva. Znači, ovo ti je... Ovo, da, Janis. Tamo ono čisto, oni su ovo smuđa. Ovo je film. To je, ne, to je mislim, kad praviš folder industriju, oni ti kjer tamo sjedi. Ali drugi desni. Ako su prebacili prezentaciju, onda je to to. Kad se ovo je samo malo. Nekak piše tu ili ne? Da ga pitam. Moram vidjeti koje. Ti bi se trebao sređati čapkom. Sređen. Da, to je.
Okay, are you introducing Sergeant?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. If you can take your seat, please, so we can begin with the conference. Thank you. Okay, I think we can start. Good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Ivan Cvitic, and I got the honor to open the second day of this conference, of two conferences. So we have ICDF2C and MMS 2024. So welcome once again in beautiful city of Dubrovnik, Croatia. I hope you enjoyed yesterday. I hope you will enjoy even more today and maybe tomorrow. So I don't have a speech prepared because I get information that I will open this this second day a few minutes ago. So I will not be long. We have great day in front of us, great presentation, great keynote speakers. I will introduce keynotes, and after keynote speeches, we have industry presentation, and after that presentation, we will have a short coffee break, and then we will continue in separate rooms. ICDF2C will stay here in this conference room, and MMS will go in the next conference room where the opening yesterday was. So first, I would like to welcome our keynote, Professor Srđan Capkun from Zurich, that will give first keynote today. So, Professor Capkun, please feel free to start it.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me, and I'd like to thank Ersin for this kind invitation and for bringing me back home. So, what I want to talk about today are physical layer attacks and their implications in wireless networks through several case studies. So the two examples that I want to bring up are how manipulations on the physical communication layer can impact cellular networks in a particular way, and then how wireless physical layer can also impact secure distance measurement that is used for access control in a range of industries. So my first example will be what are essentially over-the-air man-in-the-middle attacks on cellular networks, and through availability and privacy, or better say, and this is where I'm going to quote myself, can someone in addition to your mobile operator track you? So I guess you will not find it surprising that your mobile operator can actually track you, but can someone else set up a mobile infrastructure to track your location, right, without cooperating with the mobile operator? And this should not be possible because the mobile networks implement a range of countermeasures by rotating certain types of identifiers that your cellular phones normally use, and that should prevent your location from being discovered and tied to a particular identity. And in our work, what we did is that we broke that. So we have shown that that we can indeed track the users by clever over-the-air manipulation of messages exchanged between the mobile phone and the cellular operator. So this is not a new topic, right? Over the years, especially in the days of 2G, what came up were so-called fake base stations, right? So these are IMSI catchers or fake base stations. IMSI is the fixed identifier or persistent identifier that your mobile phone will use to interact with the network. So those IMSI catchers or fake base stations were deployed due to the lack of authentication between the cellular operator and the mobile device. So in essence, a mobile device would authenticate itself to the network, but the network would not authenticate itself to the mobile device. This was a huge oversight because in some sense the focus of this whole design was billing rather than user privacy. So it was relatively simple for someone to set up a fake base station, impersonating a telecom operator, having all the mobile phones connect to that station, and then from that moment on, it would act as an intermediary and could collect information about the phones. Now this was fixed in 3G, 4G, and 5G through a set of countermeasures, or at least people believe that this was fixed, right? And there are today also IMSI catchers that are being deployed. So companies are producing devices to detect such fake base stations. But since 2G is being phased out, this is not such a big issue anymore. So what we have been doing is we have shown several things here. So first, First, what we have shown is that what we can do is we can do over-the-air attacks on cellular networks, meaning that we don't need to deploy a fake base station, which might be detectable because it transmits at a high power. But we can do surgical over-the-air manipulations of the messages that are being exchanged. So if you're in security, we essentially implemented a Dole-Yao attacker on the wireless communication medium, and what we managed to do is to do tracking. So we can extract persistent identifiers of mobile devices. So all of your devices, we can detect your location. We can tie these two things together, and we can track you wherever you move by deploying some software-defined radios in the area of interest. And the second thing that we did is we used these over-the-air manipulations in order to perform persistent long-term denial of service attacks. So using a single message that we were able to convince your mobile phone to stay offline for over 12 hours. So we could perform large-scale denial of service attacks on these cellular networks by surgical interventions into the communication between the operators and the mobile phone. So why should this work, and how does it work? And in order to explain this, I need to tell you a little bit about how mobile networks work. Some of you might know this, but so there's a core of the network whose main role is to maintain the user's identity. So it essentially keeps all the keys associated to the keys in your SIM card. It manages which users are there. It can perform billing and so forth. And then there is the RAN, so the radio access network, which has these base stations, in this case called eNode B, right? These base stations are going to interact directly with the mobile phone, and they will get some keys from the core network in order to protect the communication between the mobile phone and the base station, so to protect this wireless communication channel. So some of the interaction will happen in terms of authentication, and access to the network will happen in this core, and some of the interaction when it comes to resource allocation, meaning choosing which or allocating frequencies and time slots to the mobile phone, so managing the spectrum, if you want, will happen here at the interface between the mobile phone and the cellular network. What is important is there are two types of identifiers that the network will maintain about each mobile device. One is IMSI, and this is a persistent identifier. So it's a mobile subscriber identifier, which is permanent. And there is TIMSI, which is a temporary identifier. Now, this temporary identifier is through some process derived from this IMSI, from this persistent identifier, and should rotate every 15 minutes or so according to the standard. So essentially, it's like a rotating MAC address, if you want, right? When a mobile phone interacts with the cellular network, this identifier should evolve over time. So even if I track your location, over time, I would not be able to associate it with the same identifier. So this would limit my ability to track you, because now all of us came to this room. We have all kinds of TIMSIs. By the time that you leave the room, you will have different identifiers. So it acts as a kind of physical mixed network, right? Good. So what we should not be able to do is we should not be able to track mobile devices, so determine their location and extract IMSIs. TIMSIs are freely available for anyone to observe. So how does the entire protocol look like? And don't be scared, it's not something that I want to go into too much detail of, but there are a few important kind of high-level messages here. So this SIB configuration here, this message here is a signal from this network, or sorry, from this cell here, that it's available to the mobile phone, so that this cell here can be connected to. So when you boot up your phone, you're looking for available cells, you're going to get this message, and if they are available, cells or networks around, you will find this out through this message. And this message can actually already contain information that this cell is not available, right? So this cell can advertise that it's not available and you should not try to connect. And then what happens below is a process that will, once that you try to connect to an available cell, then you're going to get some resources allocated to you. And this is essentially frequencies and time slots on which you can connect to that network. So each mobile phone will get its own assignment of this physical layer resource through which it needs to connect to the network. And notice that all of this entire setup, like the network is available, and here are the resources how to connect to me, right? If I'm a network, I'm telling you, hey, I'm available. You're telling me you want to connect to me. And I tell you, okay, great, here's how you should now connect to me on a dedicated channel. All of this is happening prior to the authentication procedure and access procedure. So it's not an authenticated process. Then after that, you will try to attach to the network, and this will go back to the core to authenticate you. There will be an authentication procedure. Some keys will be verified, and when the network is happy that you have the right to connect, you will be allowed to attach. There are a few other procedures here. So if you're already attached, but you're somehow idle over time, then you could reattach without going through this whole process. You will do a shortcut, which will be to request service, and then the service will be accepted. So this is just to shortcut this entire process, authentication process. You can kind of more quickly reattach. So this is how you can see it. Now, there is another process in the network, and of course, this standard is much more complicated, which is that if your network falls out of sync with your mobile phone and cannot remember which TIMSI which temporary identifier it should associate with your mobile phone, it might request your persistent identifier. So the thing is that the network would need to, so if your mobile phone is rotating a temporary identifier over time, the network needs to do the same. So it needs to have a synchronized process with your mobile phone. Now, this doesn't work perfectly all the time. So occasionally the network will get a TIMSI from your mobile phone and say, but who the hell is this, right? And then it might require the mobile phone to send its persistent identifier. So no, of course not, right? In 5G, it's going to be slightly different, but in 4G, no. Okay, so now you figured out how it works, and Ersin is already asking the right questions. How can this be manipulated? But now there is another thing that I want to say, which is that on the radio interface, there is another thing that we need to be aware of, which is that if you have data being communicated between the cellular network and the phone, or the other way around, this will be encoded in some signals. And now, if you want to modify this message on the fly, right, meaning literally like replace this message with another message, what is sufficient for you is to transmit your own signal, slightly different, slightly stronger. So it can be 1 to 3 dB. In our experiments, it's about 1.8 dB stronger. And this message will entirely replace the message that's being transmitted between the mobile phone and the cellular network, and the other way around. And this is because of the capture effects. So your radio is going to decode only one of the messages. It's not going to decode both of these messages. It's going to only decode one of them, because we will do a nice alignment of a nice synchronization to this communication, and we are going to then replace this message. So this means that, and this has been experimentally validated, right? The attacker can modify messages between the mobile phone and the base station, and the other way around, meaning that we can implement a full-blown man-in-the-middle attack. So we put all of this together in order to do IMSI extraction and also passive localization. and I'm going to tell you how. So the IMSI extraction is actually super simple, or can be super simple, meaning that we can easily, during the attach request, when the mobile phone is trying to attach to the network, we can just bounce off an identity request, replace the attach accept message, for example, with an identity request, and then the mobile phone will expose its IMSI through an identity response procedure. Now, this is kind of a naive way to try to get an IMSI from the mobile phone, right? Because over time, the mobile phone and the network could synchronize and see that someone's asking for an identity several times, and therefore could detect that this identity, persistent identity, is being extracted. But still, it's a low power, stealthy way to extract IMSIs, right? You can just query mobile phones to get IMSIs. So you can do something a little bit more clever. So after the mobile phone and the network had a connection set up, the mobile phone will send an attach request. And this attach request actually includes a temporary identifier. And so what we can do is we can use our overshadowing attack to replace this correct attach request with an attach request that has an incorrect TIMSI. And because the TIMSI is incorrect, the network will ask for a persistent identifier, and then we will be able to extract this information. And we, of course, tested it on a whole wide range of phones, and we could very easily extract the persistent identifier via this attack. We then moved on to determine the location of these devices. Now, there are many ways to determine the location of a mobile phone, and there a mobile network will also help you, in the sense that there is a so-called time advance, right? Messages that are being transmitted by the base stations to the mobile phone in order to help them synchronize their communication with the network. And these kind of commands essentially reveal the distance, a coarse-grained distance between the mobile device and the base station. On top of that, we have tracked, and this gives us a location of the mobile phone in a thick circle around the base station. On top of that, we tracked the communication between the base station and the mobile phone, and performed a time difference of arrival calculations in order to determine the distance between the mobile phone and the base station. So if you put all of this together, what you get in the end is that your mobile phone will be somewhere on this circle, and at the intersection of these two hyperbolas, if you have two attackers, you will have two. If you have one, you will have one. And how does this look in practice? We actually deployed it in a larger setting, but this shows you, roughly how this works in the lab. So and that's my student just moving away from a base station with a mobile phone, and our system is tracking his distance. Of course, this is quite short range, but we validated it in a city environment as well. So putting it all together, if you have IMSIs and if you have a location, you can track people around the city, and you have no issues with identifying which user is taking which path. And of course, then you can de-anonymize people, because people typically travel between their place of residence and their place of work. So this is a rather trivial exercise to do. So does it work in practice? So we partnered with a local operator in Switzerland, and we first tested this in their network, within their lab, right? Before they allowed us to actually test it on their live network, right? So we went to their lab and showed them that this is safe enough to be used. And then after that, they allowed us to do this over the in an urban environment, and then in a more rural environment, to see how this could work. And we tested it over 4G LTE and 5G non-standalone. Now, then we said, okay, we can track users, but what about denial of service attacks? Well, we played a similar game. So we looked into the attach procedure of these mobile phones to the network. And as before, the network did some connection setup with the mobile phone. After that, the mobile phone tried to attach to the network. And of course, in a regular process, the mobile network would accept this attachment. We would just overshadow this with an attach reject. It's a very surgical attack. And what happened after we did that was quite surprising. The mobile phones didn't try to connect for over 12 hours. And why not? Well, because that's how your baseband seems to be configured. And why is it configured in this way? There are all kinds of operational reasons in the network why this seems to be the case. We then, of course, did this with service reject. So again, if you are resuming a connection, we could do the same. We could do a service reject attack on the, and again, we had over 12 hours of peace from these mobile phones. They didn't try to connect. Then we implemented this attack in a larger deployment. So this is a large area where we combined this. So this is around 70,000 square meters, where we deployed this attack alongside with traditional jamming attacks, and this shows you some sort of a success rate. So out of these thousands of, let's say, connection attempts, we managed to block all of these connections using either traditional jamming with very low power or this kind of an attack. Now, why would you be interested in this kind of sophisticated attacks as opposed to using conventional high power noise jamming? Well, the reason is actually quite subtle. If you are in a large area that's close to a urban area, you might, if you use high power jamming, you are actually going to disturb non-selectively outside of that area. If you combine this, if you are doing protocol level jamming like what we did here, we can identify, localize, and then selectively DOS these mobile phones within an area of our choice. So that gives you one reason. Another reason is that high power jamming is actually unhealthy, and it's limited, and the amount of energy that you can transmit is limited by health regulations. So if you have people in a particular space, you're not allowed to transmit at too high power in order to eliminate communication in that area, right? So if people actually work in this space, and in most spaces people work, you cannot use high power noise jamming approaches. So we have to use something else, and our approaches are quite low power. They eliminate this communication on a protocol level. There's
My microphone.
I'll repeat the question, so don't worry. Yeah.
The high power jammer is also, it's easy to locate, right? So if you try
Exactly. So the question is whether high power jammers are easy to locate. So that's also one of the reasons that if you're transmitting at a high power or running a fake base station, you will be easily identified. These attacks are quite surgical. With a single message, you're essentially done for, let's say, 12 hours in the case of some of the attacks. Or for some of the attacks, you needed to, we had a couple of hours of success, for some up to 12, more than 12 hours. And so this works in a large area. I mean, my students spend quite a bit of time deploying this and working on this. It's an operational system that that is quite sophisticated. So, second example that I want to give you is a topic on which I've been working for many years, and it's a topic of secure ranging. And so what you see here is a car theft in progress, right? So you see that there is one thief, and another his accomplice is actually standing next to the car that is being stolen. So what is he doing? What he's doing is he's essentially holding an antenna and an amplifier and trying to get the key fob of the car that is in the house to interact with his antenna and his setup, right? So he's trying to excite this key and then relay this communication between the key fob and the car. And then as a result, the car, when it establishes communication with the key fob, it's going to unlock and allow these and again check whether the key is in the car. And as the car is checking whether it can communicate with the key in the car allows to be started, and then they can drive away and steal the car. So this is a live attack, and this is actually these days one of the prime ways of stealing cars. Now, we noticed this in 2011 and did actually the first attack of this kind. So we pulled a very simple relay between a key fob and a car. It cost us maybe less than $1,000 back then. We first pulled a cable with some antennas between a key fob and the car. It was actually my car and my key fob, so we were quite surprised that this unlocking feature actually worked. Then we made it slightly more sophisticated by building a wireless setup to be able to unlock cars. So this worked because these systems are essentially built in order to with an idea that communication implies proximity, and communication typically implies proximity, but only in non-adversarial settings. So if an adversary is trying to pull a relay, communication no longer implies proximity. So the fact that you can hear me now doesn't mean that you are in the same room with me, and I guess this is quite obvious, for anyone these days, right? But unfortunately, these kind of protocols are not really designed in that way. So the reason why this worked is that this system used, and this is the system that was used in most of the cars, used so an LF challenge and then an UHF response, which didn't really have any kind of proper distance measurement in order to make sure that the key fob and the car are actually in proximity. So, and this gave birth to a topic that we were in some sense working on even before this attack, but then we got to this quite seriously on the physical layer, and it was how to build a secure distance measurement system, because what you would want in order to protect against these kind of attacks is to be able to securely verify a distance. So namely that no matter what the attacker does on the communication channel, it should not be able to convince a key fob and the car that they are closer than they really physically are. So this was a long journey. We started with the attack in 2011, then formed a company shortly after, started working on a new ultra-wideband technology, so a new type of a radio that will do secure distance measurement by time of flight, round-trip time of flight measurements. We simultaneously started also an IEEE 802.15.4Z standard. So it's essentially a follow-up of a previous ultra-wideband standard for secure ranging. It took years until this new standard was approved in collaboration clearly with large semiconductor companies, NXP, Samsung, Apple, and so on were all part of 4Z standardization process. and including now of the follow-up standardization process, which is called 4AB. So this was approved. Our company successfully deployed these chips in Mercedes, Volkswagens to defend against relay attacks. Clearly, with our partners, right? We did the design and in collaboration with other companies, this was manufactured. And in 2021, we started working on a new standard, which is IEEE 802.15.4 AB. And in the process of all this happening, as this was standardized, this ultra wideband technology was deployed in all major phones. So your iPhones, your Pixels, your AirTags, they all now have ultra wideband technology that essentially was a result of this standardization process. So why is ultra wideband so interesting, and why was ultra wideband in some sense chosen as a solution to this secure distance measurement problem? So one is the functionality, right? So this shows you one of our early prototypes. This is a DTH where you can see one of my students walking away from one of the sensors. So he's carrying one of the radios. These radios are doing round trip time of flight measurement, meaning that they are measuring the time with sub-nanosecond precision. 1 nanosecond of time of flight corresponds to roughly 30 centimeters of distance. So you can see how fast, responsive, and actually very accurate ultra wideband is. Ultra wideband, of course, uses a very wide frequency band, 500 megahertz and above, up to gigahertz of bandwidth, in order to achieve good robustness against multipaths and also high precision in terms of distance measurement. It uses also very narrow nanosecond pulses as a modulation scheme in order to make sure that you have sufficient precision in distance measurement. So why is this a prime, not only in terms of functionality, but why is this also security-wise a prime technology to use? Well, because we tried many others and broke all of them, right? And this one was the only one that stood the test of our tests, and also in different implementations can be proven to be secure. So we tried with, as you have seen, received signal strength. This is essentially the traditional way to unlock cars, right? Communication implies proximity. The attacker can manipulate the received signal strength. Phase, we did attacks on phase measurements and have shown that phase-based distance measurement is also insecure because phase can be manipulated. So in principle, any non-time of flight distance measurement is insecure because you are indirectly measuring the time, the distance, and this feature that you are measuring can be manipulated by the adversary. And here, it doesn't really matter what kind of crypto you use, because the crypto is not the problem here. I can transmit any kind of a message. It can be randomized with, one-time pad, whatever you want, right? But I'm not changing the message. I'm changing it signals the strength of the signal or the phase of arrival and so on. So it's not about crypto. It's about the physical feature. So the hardness assumption needs to be something else. And in our case, the hardness assumption that we took is that the adversary cannot transmit faster than the speed of light. And I think that's quite a reasonable hardness assumption. And that's why we moved to time of flight techniques. But even there, in time of flight techniques, it's actually not so easy to secure distance measurement, because there are many sophisticated attacks on the physical layer that you can perform on these time of flight schemes. On a very high level, these are very simple schemes, right? And again, the crypto is not an issue, right? So what you are doing, you're essentially between the two devices. One device is transmitting something random, another device is responding with something to the attacker seems random, and the adversary cannot really predict what you are transmitting. And you are measuring the round trip time of flight. So you would think, look, I'm transmitting something random, the adversary cannot predict it, and therefore the adversary cannot transmit it sooner than one of these parties transmits it, and therefore the adversary cannot reduce the measured round trip time of flight. That's at least what you would think. So for a computer scientist, this is a solved problem on this level. Right? You have nothing to do here. Right? It's actually, a very small project with a very nice result. However, it's not that simple because data is not transmitted as ones or zeros on the communication channel in a way that in computer science we often like to believe. But we need to look at the details, right? And this here shows you what's called an early detect, late commit attack on these schemes. And in particular, this was actually initially figured out by the guys from Cambridge, who kind of postulated that this attack could be done. We validated this attack on a chirp-based ranging system. So how does this attack work? So imagine that you are encoding your bits into what's called a chirp, using chirp modulation, meaning that your bit 1 is transmitted as a slower to faster frequency, and your bit 0 is faster to slower frequency. So it's just an up chirp or a down chirp. But if you look at how actual communication happens and how these up chirps and down chirps are decoded at the receiver, it's quite curious, right? Because what you can do is, even before the legitimate transmitter starts transmitting a signal, you can, as an attacker, start injecting some garbage earlier. And then by the time that the legitimate transmitter transmits a signal, you will very quickly figure out if it's an up chirp or a down chirp. And then you can continue the sequence correctly. So what the receiver is going to get is kind of half-baked chirp, which contains a little bit of garbage at the beginning, but then it will complete correctly. And for the receiver, this will be sufficient evidence of which bit it is. So what you are doing, essentially, you're shortening a distance by an attack which leverages the fact that the symbol that is transmitting a bit is actually quite long and can be detected earlier by the attacker than by the receiver. Bounded. So this is bounded in which way?
Basically, how much shorter?
Hundreds of meters, because the chirps are long. So we are talking about microsecond chirps. Long. I mean, these kind of chirps are long. So you can gain hundreds of meters in distance. So this is actually practically completely broken, right? And this brings me to ultra wideband. So in ultra wideband, what we designed is a different system where so a nice thing about ultra wideband is that the symbol length is actually quite short. So it's 1 nanosecond pulses, meaning that you can't really do this early detect late commit attack directly on these pulses. Because, I mean, you could, but you will gain maybe 0.5 nanoseconds. And okay, sure, you shorten the distance by 15 centimeters, but in all practical applications, this doesn't really matter. So you would think that just by using ultra wideband, you could then just encode each bit as one pulse. So pulse of one polarity and a bit 0 as a pulse of another polarity. But that actually doesn't work because the energy that you are allowed to transmit within ultra wideband, given that it's a wideband technology, is limited because of interference. Like your Wi-Fi, it's limited at how much you can transmit. Otherwise, you would just interfere with all your neighbors. So in order to make this more robust, you cannot really transmit one pulse per bit. You need to transmit several pulses per bit. And this, of course, poses a problem, because now if you transmit several pulses per bit, you go back to these issues of early detect, late commit attacks. And so the story gets kind of very complicated. We discussed this quite heavily within the standardization process. Two modes were designed in the standardization process due to various reasons. It's a very complicated process. If you ever wanted to get involved in standardization, the only advice that I have for you is don't. I guess I don't know what to tell you. It's quite intensive, and there are many different kinds of technological and other interests that might collide in this process. So it takes a lot of energy. So these two modes were defined. One mode that allowed to transmit at a higher power, pulses at a higher power, but with a lower frequency, and the mode where you are able to transmit at a higher frequency but with a lower power. And this had some regulatory reasons, which meant essentially that in this so-called LRP mode, right? So the low repetition, low rate repetition mode, you can transmit higher power pulses, and here you're always kind of restricted to lower power pulses and high frequency of pulses. And now you could analyze essentially how both of these schemes fare in terms of security and performance and so forth. And we did all that, and these discussions are still going on. Just to give you an idea, that a single ranging requires maybe around 100 pulses, whereas here a single ranging will require 1,000 to 10,000 pulses, because they are of a lower power. So if you really want to go, if you want to reach a range, you do need more pulses. We started at 10, so I guess I should have 5 more minutes, right? Thanks. Yeah. So, and these are deployed in different kinds of systems today. So the simple solution, as I discussed, would be that you would verify your measured distance in a way that you would try to assign one pulse per bit, but this actually doesn't work because of the distances. It would be secure, but it works only for short distances, meaning maybe a couple of meters. This could work, but if you want more robustness, you need more pulses per bit. Otherwise, you will not be able to decode. So in order to solve this problem, we had to go and to prevent, since I'm running out of time, to prevent the early detect late commit attacks, we designed an additional scheme that breaks the connection between the transmitted pulses and the symbols to which they belong. So if you see here, if you would want to encode the bit 1 as this symbol, meaning these four pulses, and bit 0 as this symbol, meaning these four pulses, instead of transmitting them sequentially, you would do what's called symbol interleaving. So meaning that now these pulses would be reordered in a way that's known to the receiver but unknown to the attacker. And if you do that, you will actually prevent these early detect late commit and other distance shortening attacks. It gets a little bit more complicated, but you can trust me that this actually works if you analyze it. However, there are other ways of trying to measure this distance and to determine the time of arrival at the receiver. And I'm just going to leave you with one maybe a little bit negative result in terms of this space. So some of the chips that are deployed in NXP and Apple's phones are using a particular implementation of the HRP mode, right? So, and we tested that against the attacks and came up with something called the ghost peak attack. And so I'll first tell you what the result was. So we essentially manipulated. So we took an iPhone and an NXP ultra wideband chip, and they were ranging, so they were measuring a distance. And we activated our attacker, which manipulated the randomized messages between the two, and still managed to break this system. And now we are working on fixes. The intuition behind this attack is that it seems that we managed to confuse the receiver into measuring an incorrect time of arrival by injecting random data at the location where let's say encrypted or scrambled protective fields are used, and that, if you know anything about this space, created essentially an early autocorrelation peak, which then resulted in an incorrect distance measurement. So of course we reported this. This was then acknowledged by NXP, and there is still more work to secure ultra wideband. Of course, this is not only limited to cars. We apply this to payments. You can apply this to unlock houses, to unlock your systems, to shop, and so on. I drew this. So very good. So, and of course, I'm going to skip all the cool stuff that I wanted to show you about GPS. But before that, I wanted to show you something else, which is that if you actually have a secure ranging system in place, a secure distance measurement system in place, you can actually build a secure positioning system. And if you're unaware, a secure positioning system is actually something that's quite needed, because our global navigation systems like Galileo and GPS are quite vulnerable to spoofing. So what we are working on is building a terrestrial localization system which will enable secure positioning based on the secure distance measurement ideas and experience that we have. Yeah. And if you're interested in these kind of topics, we have a conveniently named website, securepositioning.ch, that gives you much more information, videos, and ideas about this. In conclusion, this is an emerging field, right? So where that has not been investigated as much. It started only maybe 15 or so years ago, seriously building up a whole number of research groups around the world in this space, where these kind of physical characteristics, as Ivan Martinovic also showed yesterday, have more and more impact on our cyber physical infrastructures, and I think it needs to be looked into more carefully, especially in the world where, well, as we can see, flying drones and similar kinds of objects are becoming more and more relevant. With this, I'll leave you with another link, and this is a link to our security center, where you can find out more about a broader set of topics that we are working on at ETH. This is a center that I lead with around 100 plus PhD students, postdoctoral researchers, 8 faculty members in information security. So if you want to talk to me about any of this, I'll still be around. Thank you. And maybe they allow some time for questions.
Presentation, and I think we have maybe time for 1 or 2 questions. Short one, or maybe on the coffee break, because of the tight schedule.
You are being recorded, so go ahead.
No, okay. Thank you once again. Please
you.
don't go yet. I'm calling the general chairs, 1 or 2 or maybe 3, to give you the certificate of your presentation.
So one small gift for you from the organization committee. This is for you. This is very nice for the teaching, please.
Oh,
And one small gift from the university.
Thank you.
And you must provide us with the gift with the picture, please. Thanks.
Okay, we can continue with our keynote presentation. I'm calling Professor Enes Sukic from University Union Nikola Tesla, Belgrade, Serbia, to give his talk. Thank you.
Thank you all for calling me today. My name is Enes Sukic. I'm editor-in-chief in one small journal, but we are very successful. We have impact factor in Web of Science and in the Scopus. Also, I was working for DOI for 5 years and more, and I'm tracking this industry for years. So this is something that I think everyone here are interested in. I was bringing today only the general stuff, but I am sure that it will be some very interesting information for you to see. Publishing industry is moving, is growing. So if you look at the numbers, they're so huge. You can imagine from 2020 to 2024 that almost million of articles are more published than 5 years ago. That's so interesting because this is only regarding the articles in journals. If you took account articles from conferences, 2 million more. So a very big market for the for the publisher. The number of articles has been steadily increasing, as I said. What are the factors? There's a lot of factors, but some of them are there is increasing research output. Digital and open access is something new. Like 10 years before, the articles, most of articles were published in the subscription mode or some hybrid mode. But now, like almost half of the articles are published in the open access regime. Also, the growth of the numbers of journals and conferences for the past 10 years are booming. Also, technological advances. This publisher have now more resources to build the platforms, and all the process is going faster and more transparent. Some metrics driving environment. Now we can measure all our records, the records of the journals, and it's much easier to choose the right journal now than 10 years ago or maybe 5 years ago. Funding and government support because of the importance of science. The middle class countries are giving much more funds to the researchers than before. And international indexation. The East countries start this race for the indexing and looking the records of how many citation and everything, not so far ago, like maybe 10 years ago. In my country, I'm coming from Serbia. 10 years before, only the measurement was this books, for lecturing and some internal approval from the commission inside the faculties and university. But now all this achievement that the professor got to be promoted in next level of their title need to be through these measurements. Maybe in the West countries, this is something that is they didn't know, but the East countries are now driving to publish so many papers. to reach this, because I think I was looking, like Japan was 30 years before started with this impact factor and measuring. But West Europe also maybe 20 years, but Eastern and Balkanian countries start maybe 10 years before. If we look at the number of active journals now, you see also the huge number of journals. And in the 2020, there is like a 27,000, and now are almost 40,000. I have separate in the table the sum of the journals. This is estimated for the 2024 projected. But if you look the numbers are really huge. But this big publisher, they are, if we look at the numbers, they are like 16,000 journals, but they are taking a much more bigger partition of all the papers is published, because they are big. They have a big journals, a lot of people publishing with them, and other things are academics publishers. They're very important. We will talk about that later. Small publishers also, I will talk about them. And if you look at the total number, is very huge. This is active number. There's also a big list of these inactive numbers of journals that are not publishing anymore. If we look at the largest commercial publisher, we see the list of the 10 of them, and it's very known. Elsevier, that publishing a most of journal. Also, this company is controlling the main indexing database, which name is Scopus. We all know about that. I was thinking about this. How can one publish and control the database where their journal are indexed? It's a little bit tricky to do with in one roof, in one company, but the market is like that. They started like many years ago, this industry and this publishing stuff, so they are in control. They are a lot in control. So sometimes I'm looking for their journal, like they are getting indexed like in 3 or 4 years. It's not something that is so fair, but it's like that. Also, Springer Nature publish many journal, Taylor and Francis, Wiley, Sage Publication, and so on. Very famous publishing companies. These 10 publishers, they are big publisher. They are taking like 60 to 65% of the global academic journal publishing. So very interesting number to know. If we look of the APC, they are very big. So also, if we look to the free of charge, every publisher gives some percent of free of charge publishing, but there is no good proportion. You see, Elsevier is like only 15% publish a paper by free of charge. This is very big deal for the low incoming countries and middle incoming countries who have a very difficulty to reach to the funds for their research. And this number and that countries are so huge because of their low salaries and everything. As we know, as I said, scientific papers are mostly published by professors, academic researchers, graduate of PhD students, industry researchers, and so on. The biggest challenge when it comes to paying article processing charge, especially in low and middle country, as I said, are limited research budgets. Many universities and research institutions, particularly in less economically developed countries, lack sufficient funds to cover publication costs. Also absence of grants. And as I said, high APC cost, price beyond the reach. Average APC ranging from 1,000 to 5,000. The industry is sometimes, I need to use this word, cruel, because you sometimes some small research team can have very good paper, but so struggle for years to publish it. So industry do not have a correct answer for this. Only way is try, or maybe to connect with some bigger center, bigger research center, to involve some colleagues from another countries who are more in this stuff, and then the publishing process will be easier, much easier for their country. As editor-in-chief, I'm dealing a lot from the paper coming from low incoming countries and middle income. And because we are small publisher, we have space to discuss a little bit. So this is advantage for a small publisher. You can send email, we can maybe discuss about this. And if you are coming from this low incoming countries, we can make the viewer for the APC. But with a big publisher, it's a little bit problem because they are systems, and maybe you will send email, maybe someone will respond, or maybe it will be some automatical response all through the platform, and a lot more problem with dealing about this negotiation about APC and everything. When open access came on the spot like 10 years before, everyone thinking that open access will bring much less this subject of APC. Like it's open access, the publisher will not make this APC so high. But on contrary, the most of the higher prices for APC are in this open access regime, because they are telling us, researchers, professors, that if you are in the open access, your paper will be on the market on very fast, and it can be cited faster. And if it is in this some subscription model, it cannot be reached to the wider audience. So there is a lot of problems with that. Also, inequality between development country. I said something about that. Geographical inequality. Researchers from developing countries often lack access to subsidies or discounts for APC. Certainly, in choosing journal, lack of guidance and fear of predatory journals. These low-income countries, like the South of Africa, or they don't have so many experience with publishing, not so many like in the West countries. They have some own systems on universities and everything, but when it came this worldwide window for the Scopus, Web of Science citating, they start to publish a lot, to send a paper, but there is a lot of problems because they don't know this risk of the predatory journals. We are dealing with that for years, for duplicate journals, and it's a very big problem for the publisher. And some good percent of published papers are like in these journals that are not so quality in peer reviewing, and all the processes a little bit strange. Sometimes there is a journal that are publishing very fast. We were talking about with the colleagues yesterday. There's some big publisher, they are publishing so fast. So someone asked the question, how is possible that peer review, very serious peer review, happening maybe in the month? It can happen, but if it is often for the hundreds and thousands of articles, so there is a question about that. Lack of transparency in cost, unclear whatever APC cover. price change. This is something what's happening. This culture, you heard about it, publish or perish, is also making pressure to all of us, researchers and professors. Sometimes we have some deadlines to finish project. We need to publish something or to achieve some uh, next title in our career. So we cannot dedicate maybe 2 years, 3 years for some research. We will doing something much faster with our colleagues just to lower this pressure for the count of the articles we publish it or the count of cited we received from that article. Also, yesterday I talked with my colleague about this realness. Is the number of published papers really the showing the quality of the researcher? That's also the question that we can think about. That's but that is the general system, and we are following all. There is a lot of movement now. They are trying inside the university to not to track like the number of citation, not to, at all to look at the Scopus Web of Science, just to put their own system of quality measurement. But that is also something that is not that it cannot be generally systematics. This is the only system that, for now, in the science that is on in the world wide approval. Weaker institutional bargain power. The bigger institution and university, they can negotiate the price for their professors and researchers and lecturers who are publishing, but the smaller ones cannot do that. They are the researchers from that institutions are that just let they are dealing with all of that. These challenges contribute to a situation where researchers from less developed countries face limited opportunities to publish in prestige journals, impacting their visibility in the global academic community and the overall development of science of this region. Again, numbers. You see academic publishers, they're publishing also big number of journals. And at the first, when someone is new with the science, writing the papers with their mentors, their thinking is probably is better to deal with the academics publisher than the commercial one. When we say commercial, it's about money. We think about money. But like academic publishers, we think about science and everything. But in the reality, it's not the true. Also, the academic publisher, you will see the APC are very high. And also, what is maybe the biggest problem, the time for the review. They are academics from some institutions dealing with leading that journals, and they are not so like this big commercial publisher interested to finish the job fast. So the time, probably all of you have experience with this. If you send to some academic publisher, sometimes the waiting period for first decision, second decision, for all the process to finish can be take years. And it's a very big problem because you have deadline for project, you have deadline for other stuff. So you need to think where to publish. What is the best thing? Also, I was talking about this yesterday with colleagues. The best things, as I see it, like a group of researchers or institution have a good correlation with some journal or some publisher. Maybe that is the best way to include new colleagues in that groups. And because if you are starting like with a new paper to some publisher that you don't know, to some journal that you are trying to publish first time, they have tracking records. And for sure, the more opportunity is for the authors that are published before in that journal. These 10 academic publishers control approximately 15 to 20% of the global academic journal publishing market. If we look at the APC, it's also very high. And if we look for the free of charge, what they are giving, it's not so good. So I was thinking, like a big university institution, they have other funds. Probably this research department will give much more free of charge. But when I look to the number, it's not the case. It's not the case. It's again about the receiving the more budget, maybe for development or something else, but this is the facts. What are the pros of the academic publishers? Reputation and rigor. This is true. It's the peer review process is much rigorous when you're publishing with these academic publishers. Focus on accessibility, support for researchers. There is a lot of maybe opportunity to use some grants for to cover this APC. Alignments with academic values. It can be the true because you're dealing with all the stuff that are coming from some institution, not from some company. Academic publisher cons, longer publication times. I said that. Higher cost for open access, limited marketing reach. Because companies, commercial companies, they are invest a lot of in marketing, but these academics, like they're famous, like Oxford Press, they are famous. Why to try to do this marketing job? What are commercial publisher pros? Faster publication. This can be, I said before, sometimes like a red flag. If someone published in 28 days from sending to, but very good journal. When you look the numbers, big, high impact factor, but how to handle? I know I dealing with this publishing process. 3, 4, 5 months, you cannot deal with the article before, with the communication with peer reviewers, with all that needs time. But I see now, particularly these few years, that big publishers are testing this process. Why the readership? This is maybe the main thing. If you publish in some good, famous journal, you have much more opportunities that readership will use that for their researchers and everything. Marketing and promotion. Commercial publishers often invest in marketing efforts. Okay. Commercial publishers cons, high APC, profit-driven motives, predatory journals. There is a bell list, you heard about it. Some famous publisher, some journal from the famous publisher was on that list. So it brings some thinking about that. If they have impact factor, good impact factor, are they real on that? So as a researcher, researchers, we need to give some much more research about everything to choose a proper journal. Time frame of the peer review and publication process with average duration in weeks. This is some average, but it can depend from journal to journal. The choice between publishing with academic versus commercial publisher depends on various factors, including the researcher's goals, funding, availability, the desired audience, and the importance of credibility and rigor in the publication process. If you or your research group have a positive history, as I said before, this is maybe the best way And I suggest that to deal with the publisher that you have records in. So the process will be much easier. Small publisher and society publishers, they play a significant role in the scientific publishing industry, contributing to the diversity and accessibility of research outputs. What is good with the small publishers? Specialization. Small and societally publishers often focus on the niche areas of research. This specialization allows them to provide a platform to publishing specific topics that may be overlooked by larger commercial publishers, ensuring that valuable research is disseminated with target communities. Meeting community needs, societally publishers typically represent academics or professional communities aiming to address their specific needs. So this is something that we can think about when we are looking for some journal to publish our valuable research. High quality and rigor, because smaller publishers have a much more time. They are not publishing so many papers, so they are able to dedicate to every paper much more than maybe this system platform orientated publishers. Open access advocacy. The small publisher immediately started to advocate about this open access because it's in their interesting who will subscribe to the small publisher. So when this movement happened, the small publisher all accept this model, and all of them are in this, almost all of them are in the open access regime. Challenges, despite their advantage, small and society publishers face challenges such as limited resource, financial sustainability, and competition from large commercial publishers. These factors can impact their ability to attract high quality submission and maintain available publisher operation. This is for true. I didn't see so many high cited paper from the famous scientists that are publishing with a small publisher. But in the small publisher, this is opportunity for these PhD students and professors. They are reaching some associate maybe title or something like that. Of course, full professors. We are small publisher, but we have a lot of good scientists, but not so top rated scientists, because they like to publish in this famous journal, and it's easy for them. For these very high cited authors, the commercial publisher do not charge any APC. They are bringing their articles for free of charge, so because of citation and everything. You understand? Impact on industry through their specialization and education. There is an impact for the small publisher, but not so much, because the number of all that articles published are not so high. Innovation and collaboration. Many small publishers are more flexible and open to innovate publishing models, such as collaborative approach or new forms of content dissemination, which can enrich the academic discourse and research output. And community engagement. It's for some, this is very important for this community. Some regional publishers and their journals are reaching this regional universities, institution, and helping them maybe to faster this process of to be involved in this publishing industry. If you start with publishing in this regional journals, it's much easier than to learn how to publish in some more serious journal. Small publisher and society publisher are vital components of the scientific publishing landscape. Okay, communication between authors and small publisher or society publisher is much closer and more personal, as I said. We have probably limited time, so I'm going a little bit faster. Okay, there is these parameters were compared to commercial publisher, academic publishers, small publishers. So we will just look a little bit on this table. If you have question, you can ask after the presentation on the coffee break. This publish or perish culture encapsulate the intense pressure faced by academics and the researchers to continuously publish their work in order to achieve success. We talk about this. This is something what's happened, and we are dealing with it. Pressure to publish, impact on research quality. The urgency to publish can result in rushed research, potentially compromises the rigors of studies and seriously of studies. In some cases, this may lead to a rise of low quality or even predatory journals that prioritize publication fees over academic integrity. Okay, I will faster a little bit. While publishing is essential for academic and professional recognition, the publish or perish culture necessitates a balanced approach. Fostering a research environment that values quality, collaboration, and innovation is crucial to mitigating the negative consequences of the pressure. I was prepared the slides about the Scopus and Web of Science comparison and everything, but because of this time frame limit, I will leave to discuss this who is interested on the coffee break, or you can probably receive the presentation, so you will be able to reach to this information. Just to say that Scopus covers a larger portion of 26,000 journals. Web of Science indexes a little bit less. Scopus covers more journals than Web of Science, primarily due to its broader inclusion criteria and the focus on interdisciplinary coverage. Here are some key reasons: broader scope and inclusion criteria, and regional and emerging journals. Also, I was trying to reach that this information that some countries are more involved with Scopus and more for their scientists looking for Scopus indexation, and some countries are more in the Web of Science, these metrics. Inclusion of open access journals. Okay, so it's about Scopus, includes a large number of open access journals which have proliferated over recent years. Also interdisciplinary focus in Scopus. This is how is measuring this impact factor. We will pass this. Also this, it's something that probably all of you know. Okay. YIF relies exclusively on sources indexing in the Web of Science, but CITESCORE from the Scopus use only source index also in the Scopus database for its calculation. Citation and documentation counts are limited to journals and other documents within Scopus, including any external source. Scopus bring here a wider number of documents they are dealing with when the citation is coming in front, but Web of Science just dealing with the citation in the from the journals which have the impact factors. So the difference, this is the reason that if you look the same journal and impact factor in the Web of Science and the CITESCORE in the Scopus is much different. It's often in Scopus is bigger for the same journal, this CITESCORE. Okay, also I was planned to talk about the SIMAGO, but other time. Okay. just to say this one, more evolving metrics in academic and research impact assessment. This is important. Here are some examples of universities and research institutions that are moving away from traditional metrics in favor of more qualitative assessments. So this is the list of universities that do not count so much on these metric systems from Scopus and Web of Science. And the list is every year coming bigger and bigger. There is some movement which name is DORA. You can search, maybe you heard, maybe you're not, but you can search about DORA. That is the movement that try to move this measurement of the Scopus Web of Science metrics to some other criteriums. Okay. In summary, navigation the complexities of the publishing industry requires researchers, institutions, and publishers alike to adopt practice that foster both innovation and integrity. By balancing these evolving metrics with quality-focused publishing models, we can drive meaningful progress that benefits both the scientific community and society at the large. In this presentation, I have aimed to provide a clear and concise overview of the publishing industry, hoping to make the dynamics and challenges more relatable. I hope you have discovered some new insights along the way. Thank you so much for attention.
Thank you, Professor Sukic, for this detailed overview of publishing process. I think it will be very useful for, especially for our younger colleagues that pursuing their PhD and starting academic career. Thank you so much, and please wait for the certificate.
In the name of working, no, yes. In the name of committee, please take this certificate, and thank you very much. So one more small gift for us, and you will gift us with the picture. Thanks. Thanks, Tom.
And we will continue with our industry partner, industry company INSIC2, to give presentation of their products and their work.
Okay. I'm okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organization in my personal name and the name of the company. It was a pleasure to participate and support such an event. My name is Dario Orčković, and this is tomorrow's solution for yesterday's problem. We're going to speak a little bit more about it. What is important as of now? Who am I? I'm Dario Orčković, working as a digital consultant, digital forensics consultant in a company, INSIC2. And a little bit about the company. We were founded in 2004 in Zagreb, Croatia. It was a spin-off company from the software company called In2, hence the name INSIC2. Currently, we have over 90 highly educated people, and we are one of the market leaders, at least in our part of the Europe, in digital forensics. Our area of expertise would be educations and training. This is a little bit of an older map because since then we've been on all the continents that exist, sometimes on premise, sometimes online, except for Antarctica, of course. They don't need our trainings. So in our company, we have three business units. First of all, it's integrated technical security, the co-workers who does integration of logical, physical security of an area, of an office, or whatever you need. Then we have a little bit of a complicated name. It's MBMSI. Uh, it's just our software developing company unit. Just a disclaimer with some of the people here yesterday, I was discussing that our software developing unit is not developing tools for digital forensics. They are doing some projects on their own. Then the next one we have digital forensics unit, and we like to call ourselves one-stop shop because we are. And whatever you need from the start of lab management, if you don't even have a lab, we can consult you on what lab, what equipment do you need. We are providing software, we are providing hardware, and from start to finish, we are providing you from zero to hero, you could say. The biggest thing that we do is educations, and it's our primary business model, like 80% of the our business. And our educations vary. This is one of the picture where we had over 100 participants. That's why our clients like us, because we are the best thing that we can say about our company and ourselves, that we are very flexible. So whatever area of digital forensics you need, is it computer forensics, is it mobile forensics, car forensics, malware analysis, or since we provide every possible education that is in digital forensics field. This example is from our OLAF training. In the past 8 years, we were educating police officers and law enforcement all over the Europe, and the new tender just went out in 2022, and we successfully won that tender. And for next 4 years, we are going to educate more European police officers and law enforcement, and I see that the trend for sure for it will be for many more years to come. So as I said, we have many clients. Usually it is from the public sector. We are doing the education, but somewhere around that we have some banks or something that requires our services and education. Why we are so good and so great? Because we have many partners who are the leaders in the digital forensics field, and we are truly flexible. If you're working with one tool, we will arrange our educations to provide you with a certain tool. If you're only using Oxygen, we will do examples from our mobile phone for education to suit Oxygen tool and to suit you to be well prepared to in your examinations. And all of these are partners. We are also resellers in our part of the Europe for many of these tools. So if you need a tool, also we provide with software and with hardware. As I said, one-stop shop from the lab to education to hardware and software. Also, what would I like to inform you about? It's our conference about digital forensics. It's called Data Focus. Usually it's around April, so you can mark on your calendars. We are successfully organizing it from 2012. There's more than 200 participants last year. It's growing bigger and it's growing better. We have three several units on this conference. It's legal, investigative, and technical. So for everyone in the whole digital forensics field, you can find something that suits you and what would be of your interest. About a little bit about more about data focus, you can find on our table outside. Me and my lovely co-worker, we can tell you more about it and how to participate. If you have some paper, if you want to speak about to the people, and usually it calls all the people from our region and more. So we'll start with a little bit of today's my topic. Do I even mean with this title? Yes, this problem, we can see it as the unsolved case in the field of digital forensics, and the tomorrow's solution is the upcoming slash current technologies that provide us some new techniques that we can find additional evidence. By these new and upcoming technologies, we'll focus on artificial intelligence that is kind of here and quantum computer. So, speaking of AI, what was the best case scenario that we are aiming for. That imagine a scenario where we have multiple devices, we have suspect, we have victim, we have multiple suspects, and we take device from all of them. It could be terabytes and terabytes of data, a few mobile phones, few computers, and for a human, it would be hard to analyze the data and really time consuming. So the best case scenario, we can all put it in the AI tool and ask a certain question. Can you tell me how this suspect with this victim, what communication they have? Can you provide me with the artifacts that can be the evidence that it was an angry communication, that they were in the good terms, bad terms, what was their current situation? And then we have these three question marks. It's like the magic is happening, and then the AI just spit you out the solution. Why this wouldn't work, and also what is one more step that we need to get through in the digital forensics, because in the court, if you are providing evidence, you cannot just say the AI did it. So the judge will be, why are you then here? So what we need is an explain how the AI works, how it came to this conclusion. And in AI, in the current, every company is using it as a black box. They don't want to say what they're doing it, how they're doing it. It's not usually open source. So in the directions that we are trying to aim is to have an open source AI that everybody can understand, and everybody you can see what was the process of getting from the image, from the raw data to the evidence that can be representable on the court. So this is the future that we are aiming for. What is the current state? Many of the tools that we are partners of, they have an AI integrated into their tools. Usually current state is just for the analyzing of pictures. And this is one example in this image that we have multiple pictures, and then you can find similar pictures, or you can define what exactly you're searching for. It would be the drugs, maybe it would be guns, maybe it would be some CSAM materials. So also a good thing about AI that it can see and it can warn the analyst this is a potentially a CSAM material, and for an investigator not to be exposed to that kind of material, he can maybe hash that picture and put it into the database of well-known pictures that are already hashed, and he can just match the hash from his picture to the already known base of CISA materials, and it can be an evidence on the court of law without being exposed to that kind of materials. Also, what helps us, the current state of AI in digital forensics, it does our work, but faster. We have a big data issues. Today on your phones, you have probably 5, 6, 7,000 of pictures. On your computer, maybe you have a backup from the older phone, which has many more pictures. And you as a digital investigator, you need to look through all of them. It's time consuming, your brains just starts melting. And how fast can you analyze a picture? Maybe you need a few seconds per picture. AI does it few thousand in few seconds. So it helps our faster work, and then it detects I have few suspicious pictures, maybe you should take a look at it. Then it makes your work just faster. What are some of the problems of the AI? It's the explainability to the audience. As I say, if you are presenting your solutions in the court, you need to explain your solutions to the judge. Maybe there's a jury, you need to explain them how you came to this conclusion. And it all depends on how technical they are. If I would explain to you, I don't need to explain because many of you probably already know more than me. But if you come to the judge who is not so technical, you need to explain him how this AI worked, on what principle it is, and you need to use non-technical language. So this is already a problem of some forensic tools. I saw in my educations that we come to some country and they say, no, we put it in our tool. The tool tells us this is here. We put it into report and we present it to the judge. So in some countries, they are more strict. There in some countries, it wouldn't pass. In some countries, apparently, they are letting it slide. But in my opinion, a digital investigator should know the backbone and how the computer works, and you need to know the insights and what the tool does. Also, one problem, hard to find training data for the models. You don't want your case to put into some AI that will be learning on your private case. So it is every right that you cannot put some people's case and put it into a language model and make a data set that the AI will learn from. So you can maybe circumstance that and have your own local AI that you put your local cases that no one except for you will have the access to. But when we came to the other problem, if you have that kind of AI that is localized to your station or just to you, how will the other side do the process again? One of the digital forensics principles, when you are making an evidence and you're finding one, it can be repeatable. So the other side, if they want to say that it is indeed the evidence, they need to repeat the same process and they cannot because they don't have your localized AI. So it's another problem that is seen in the AI in digital forensics. So I'll speak a little bit just about quantum computers. Is it the next generation of the computers? Well, it depends how you look at it. I like to compare it to the transportation. Is the planes next generation of cars? Technically, they're both used for transportations, but you won't take the plane to go to your local shop. So you'll use the car. It's the same thing with the quantum computers and the regular computers. Your regular computers you'll still use for your everyday life. This won't change. It's not the next generation of computers. It just does some specific task better than our regular computers. It uses principles like superposition and entanglement that we won't go through into because this is a short presentation. But what it is good at, it's breaking encryption, our current encryption. I took RSA encryption as an example because it's widely used asymmetric encryption algorithm. And I'm a visualizing type. I like to visualize things. So this is a prime example how RSA encryption works. You have two big prime numbers. This is 342 digits each. And these two digits are private keys. And the multiplication of these two digits is our public key. So you can imagine how big that number is. I didn't even put it to the slide because I would need 3 slides just to represent that kind of number. So how does the encryption work? When we multiply these two numbers, it's kind of quick algorithm. But bringing it back from that huge number that we get as a result of this multiplication back to these two primary keys, it's a futile task. For our normal computers, even the supercomputers today, it will take them 300 trillion years to decrypt this. But there are some researchers that say with 4099 perfectly stable qubits, you can do it in 10 seconds, just like this. But what is the problem here is that we don't have the technology yet. So we neither have the sufficient number of qubits or we have the state of the qubits that would be sufficient enough to break this encryption. There is predictions. I like this graphical picture. When we first started it, they said it would take 1 billion qubits to break this encryption. But as we were researching, and it's like an emerging technology, there are many breakthroughs that now in the current predictions is that it would take around 10 million qubits. And we can assume that that number will just go down. And this is the current state of IBM quantum computer and how many qubits it has. And we can also assume that it will just, the number go up. So there's a predictions. Some people say that there will be in 5 to 10 years. Some more pessimistic people say it will be in 25, 30 to 35 years. So it's still uncertain when we can break the encryption. So the technology is not even here yet, but our window as digital forensics is already closing. Why? Because in 2015, NIST asked for the community help to deliver suitable algorithm that will help us secure our data against the quantum computers. Even though before they put out the standards in 2023, Signal messaging app, it's well known for its security and for encryption, they already added an additional layer of security that said that it will be against quantum computers. They are not using RSA, but their encryption methods it's in a similar group, let's say, to the RSA. So they felt vulnerable and their users. So they already in 2023 added additional layer against the quantum computers. In 2024, I think iMessage was following as well. They added their level of encryption. And now, pretty recently, 2 months ago, NIST approved 3 standards that can be used in the future apps to protect against quantum computers. So, what was my point in all of this? There's an attack called Harvest Now, Decrypt Later, where the attackers are harvesting the data now that they can decrypt in the future when we break the encryption that can be still valuable to them. So information will still be as they're old today, they'll be still valuable in 15, 20, 25 years after today. So we can do the same thing. If you cannot solve your case now, if you don't have sufficient data, just try to revisit it then when we'll have the technology. So in the perspective of AI, I'm assuming that AI will go into this future that you can get a different perspective on your cases that are unsolved. There's a problem that the AI will be biased because of its model and where it was learning from. But so are we. We are all have different experience. We all have maybe different information about the case. We all have, and we all format our own biases about the case. So AI it will at least be same to the all. We are all different people with all our different biases. And the quantum computers, if you save it now and you revisit it later, you can always try to break the encryption and find some more relevant data. Is it the same question with the password? If you don't have the password now, but in 15 years you can get to that password, is it too late to conduct the criminal? I wouldn't say so. And that would be it from my presentation. Okay.
You were super fast. So much. Thank you so much on your. No, I didn't say anything. So you had it all the time of the world. So. But thank you so much for compressing that presentation and giving the opportunity to have a full coffee break without any late on the conference. Thank you so much once again. Two more presentation from the industry. Okay, the next presentation from the industry is I don't have the right here. Okay, please. Okay. You have the presentation.
I sent it to you. I hope you have it. I don't have it with me at the moment, but I can pick my notebook. That's
Oh, okay. Whatever is more suitable for you. If you have notebook, we can connect it.
be patient. I just need to boot and type a very complex passphrase. So
Just 15 minutes.
yeah,
Take a coffee break and see you later.
faster than the previous speaker. I'm also competing against my drained battery, so I will have to be super fast. I need to type my password again. Right. Before we start with the next company profile, I would also like to thank the organizers of this conference and also the people attending for this really wonderful conference. So it was a really amazing first day with a lot of great sessions. I really enjoyed them and I'm looking forward to the upcoming sessions. And also like a really warm, so also like a shout out to my team member, Michael, who organized this trip and brought us here. So please a warm round of applause for Michael. Okay, in case you were wondering what those 4 letters stand for, we are Deutsche Cybersicherheitsorganisation. And today I will basically introduce to you who we are and what we do. My name is Dennis Schatkowski. I'm the head of digital forensics and incident response at DCSO. And yeah, let's start quickly. This is the agenda for today. So in the beginning, we'll discuss some key facts about DCSO. I will present you our mission statement. Then we will have a brief look at some of the major trends in the field and also some of the cybersecurity challenges that a lot of companies are facing these days. And in the end, I will give you like a very, very brief and condensed overview of our service portfolio. This is not a sales presentation, so don't worry, I will not sell you anything. In case you want to, then you can contact me afterwards. Okay, let's start with some key facts. So DCSO was founded in 2015 by Allianz, Bayer, BASF, and Volkswagen as a response to the rise of cyber threats. So they thought it would be a good idea to have their own spin-off and actually tackle this problem on a holistic level. And yeah, we are a Berlin-based company, but our workforce is distributed across Europe. So we have people everywhere basically. And whenever a customer needs like on-site support, there's always someone close by. We have over 120 dedicated employees, which are actually without doubt the key factor for our success. I will get to that later. When you start researching DCSO like from the outside, you might get the impression that we are a sort of think tank, which is true to some extent because we are also like influencing the German cybersecurity policy. But we are more than that. We are actually a think and do tank because we also like implement cybersecurity solutions for problems that are out there. Let's have a look at our mission statement. So our mission is fairly simple. We basically protect European companies and institutions from cyber threats. This is something that a lot of companies out there do. So this is nothing unusual. What distinguishes us from others is basically, so in order to understand it, you need to have a look at our history. So we need to take a step back. So DCSO was founded because our founders actually felt like, okay, the cybersecurity thing, it's a kind of global problem that is affecting all of us, and we have to find solutions for those problems. And this is how DCSO was actually born. So the idea that like common problems require a joint solution is deeply enshrined into the DNA of DCSO. And our approach to cybersecurity is actually bringing together like companies, industry partners, government institutions, and creating like a safe space for them to exchange like on a trustworthy level. And this is something that those shared experiences are actually the thing and that make basically that basically leads to our success. So the shared experiences combined with our expertise actually allows us to develop like state-of-the-art solutions. This is what distinguishes us from the others. And in addition to that, as a nice side effect, we also have like a positive impact on society. So this is really a job with a purpose, you can say. Let's have a look at some major trends out there. sorry for quoting myself. I know that this is not good practice, but I didn't have like a better quote in my mind at that point in time, but it will support my point. It's not just a quote. So what we see very often with customers is that they think that they can solve like all their cybersecurity challenges just by throwing money at the problem. So they start off by hiring a lot of cybersecurity people. They basically invest a lot of money in expensive tooling, and guess what? They still get breached. And this is like one of the problems that we see very often. And the thing is, if you want to combat advanced persistent threats, you need to have advanced persistent defenders. Those are people that have passion, that basically are willing to walk the extra mile to defend your network. Those are people that are very skilled and talented. And traditionally, companies have not been really good at accommodating those people. And this is also something that I think sets us apart from the others. We are really good at providing those people a second home. And this is what basically is one of our success factors. Okay, let's continue with some other major trends. So the new normal is basically multi-cloud. So what we see very often is that the classic enterprise architecture that is very focused around perimeter security is basically dead. This is a concept from the past. Because of cloud adoption, your perimeter is distributed among different cloud providers. And that leads to additional complexity, and additional complexity leads to higher attack surface. And with those changes, both attackers and defenders have to adapt. So, and one thing that we have observed is that attackers are actually very good at adapting to those things, because advancements in technologically, also technological advancement also basically create new opportunities for attacking those things and to abusing them. And this is something that attackers are really good at. I mean, when you look at the topics presented here at this conference, like AI assisting phishing schemes, deepfakes, troll farms, shaping public opinion, those are things that companies have to face these days. A few years back, this would be something like straight out of a science fiction novel. And this is the reality that companies deal with today. And this is something that they are basically overwhelmed with. This is why they need us. So this is why we are basically supporting them. And what we see is that the security market is changing to the extent that our customers, if they have had one wish, they would integrate us into their security team. We are basically part of their security strategy. They are really relying on us. Okay, now comes the boring part. I will present to you our service portfolio. I will try to be as brief as possible. So our service portfolio is in general divided into three sections. There's the connect part that I mentioned. This is where we basically build a community and use swarm intelligence. Then we have our defend part, which is related to detecting and responding to cybersecurity threats. So all the services like incident response are located there. You will see that on the upcoming slide. And then we have our improve part, where we actually try to mature the security posture of our customers and also strengthen their cyber resilience. This is how the services in general are structured. Because I'm the head of digital forensics and incident response, I will only talk about our incident response services. But if you are interested in any of those things that we do, feel free to contact me afterwards. So the active incident response service is basically a very classic thing on the market, I would say. So this is basically where our customers call us, and we basically are helping them respond to their cybersecurity incidents. We try to basically help them recover, minimize the impact of the breach, and we also do the investigation. So this is where we basically utilize digital forensics to find out how the attackers got in, what data they took, what systems they accessed, or what identities they hijacked. Then we have our compromise assessment service, which is basically based on the assumption that in every modern enterprise environment, there's always like at least one device or asset that is compromised. And this is where we basically proactively check the environment for signs of compromise in order to uncover those breaches. And then there is the incident response readiness exercise, where we actually use the knowledge from the incident response field, where we basically see how attackers perform their attacks and use that to simulate realistic attacks in the production environment of the customer and teach their security team to actually how to respond to those things, how to detect them. And yeah, this is basically it. Thank you very much. There are some informational slides. Here you have my contact data in case you want to complain about my presentation. Here's some traffic light protocol legend. You can read that later. Yeah, and remember, in case you have a security incident, keep calm and call the CSO. Thank you very much.
What a great company. Thank you so much for the presentation. And the other company, the name is Ventura for Brazil, right? Will be presenting itself after the coffee break. Thank you so much for letting us go to coffee break. So yeah, so the coffee break starting now, and we should come back until 11:30. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. Going. Thank you. And this is the same every. Ah. Okay. 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 And I cannot see my probably two. Yeah, the point is changed. I need to also here to have the page. I don't remember how to do.
Next, this.
Yeah.
This one. Select.
Can you help me because I need like
I'm short. Do you have a regular mic I can use? We're gonna need to pull it down and pull it up.
There is.
Are we ready? Hello, everyone, and welcome to session 5. There's been some changes in the schedule. So the first talk was one that was originally scheduled before the break. So I'd like to welcome Domingo. He's from Ventura Enterprise Risk Management. It's a company in Brazil. Thank you.
Right. Hello, everybody. I'm Domingo Montanaro from Ventura Enterprise Risk Management from Brazil. So me and my business partner, Bruno, we are very, very happy to be here and honored to be presenting at this conference. I'm not going to bother you guys with the commercial portfolio stuff, and we're going to jump right into that topic in our conference, especially given the tight schedule. Myself and Bruno are here to talk a little bit about what we have been seeing in Brazil regarding to cybercrime. So we are a small digital forensics and incident response shop based out of São Paulo, Brazil. And we are 30-something employees, basically, cybersecurity analysts or specialists in digital forensics, if you say so. And one of the main things that we kind of focus on is basically private sector work. So we don't have public sector clients. We normally work for large enterprises. So what we have to show you guys here is basically due to our experience in hundreds of cases in the last 8 years, but much more focused towards the last 5 years, right? So that's why we call this, because we only have 15 minutes, we call it like a 35,000 feet overview, okay? So yeah, this is a little bit of my background, that we don't have time for this. So let me jump straight into the point. So basically, in order to give you guys a 35,000 feet overview, we kind of divided what we have been seeing in our cases in 3 different stages or 3 different phases. So we call it pre-pandemic, during pandemic, and post-pandemic. Pandemic for us was really interesting in a way, if you could use that term, because we double our company size during pandemic. That's when enterprises all around the world, they had to support their workforce working from home, and that's where we saw a lot of intrusions into all the virtual desktops or VPNs, credential theft, if you say so. So that's pretty much what we have kind of a historic on and a lot of experience, mainly in ransomware cases. So that's pretty much what we saw during pandemic. So let me just start with the pre-pandemic. As you probably know, Brazil is very famous for being a very corrupt country and largely crime everywhere, right? So one of the main things we have been working on for private sector was cases on extortion. So basically, our clients, so directors, board of directors, presidents, CEOs, they were getting emails from, of course, anonymous attackers saying, "Hey, we hacked into your company. We have this very large database of, not only employee data, but customer data, or sometimes even intellectual property that is like very critical." So they would, contact these officers in the company and say, "If you don't pay me this amount in crypto, we will sell your data, we will leak your data, or we will even send to reporters." We have cases like that. Actually, we have one case pre-pandemic that when the data regulatory agency in Brazil, pretty much like the DPAs here in Europe, right? There was one in Brazil called ANPD. So the attackers actually sent the whole leaked data to the regulatory agency. So it's pretty interesting how these attackers were getting really creative on extorting our clients. So that's where we get to a case. We actually have to do a lot of the incident response, the root cause analysis, get all the incident timeline, work on digital evidence in order to prepare those reports and give it to police, right? So That's what we saw pre-pandemic, largely extortion cases due to web application hacking, credential stealing, and of course, like this is something we see even to date, and a lot of infrastructure exploitation as well. The infrastructure exploitation has, not going to say it vanished, but it's not that common to see these days. So there we're talking about, exploits or some 0 days, uh, a lot of private exploits, very few public exploits on unpatched software and so on. But during pandemic, that kind of shifted to, of course, credential as well. But that's when we saw our first insider case, and that and now I'm talking about like a real legitimate employee, working for a company who sold his soul, sort of, and pretty much made like a close to like 100,000 euros on this case, basically giving his credentials and access to servers so this criminal gang could install backdoors and so on. This particular case allowed this gang to monitor emails from this very large enterprise. It's like a 65,000 employees enterprise who had their whole legal department emails being captured for 18 months. So that was a very sophisticated attack that we responded to. We investigated it, and this is all like being prosecuted even to date. And and that, of course, as I said, was due to a employee who actually made a lot of money illegally. Of course, he's not arrested because we don't have the best police force in the world, but he is responding legally responding to that. So and this is kind of the focus, and that's why Bruno, my business partner, is here. He is the pretty much the guy that does a lot of liaison with the law enforcement agencies that in Brazil. So we are seeing a lot of insider cases, and that's kind of the alert that we're bringing here. Of course, it's very different everywhere in the world. There are different cultures, there are different law enforcement agencies, power and motivation and money, all of that. But post-pandemic, what we have seen is that because during pandemic, a lot of companies got attacked, and they kind of doubled and tripled their cybersecurity budget. And I'll give you an example. We have clients that got attacked during pandemic. They had like a 15, 20 workforce team on cybersecurity, and now they have like a 50 people team. So they kind of learned their lesson, and are spending twice or three times as much in cybersecurity. So now what criminals are doing, because it's much more difficult to hack into companies, they just go to some sites close to the company site and try to co-optate. So basically go and talk to company employees and offer them money so they can give their credentials. And these days, not only credentials, they also give access to their phones for multi-factor authentication purposes, for example. And it's from a digital evidence standpoint, it's kind of funny sometimes because you can see the same device authenticating before and after they kind of sold their soul to the attackers. You get like, dude, this is real proof that it's got to be you. It's your phone. It's your multi-factor device. It's not like they hacked into your computer and into your phone. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, they just not afraid. The employees who are doing this, they're not really afraid of getting arrested and so forth. We even have a president that was in jail for many years. So I guess for the employees, it's not like a big deal. So, anyways, so post-pandemic, as I said, much simpler TTPs for the criminals, right? They go, they talk to the company employees, they offer money, they get the credentials, and not only credentials, and Bruno is going to speak a little bit about that, because sometimes it's and we had a lot of cases like this, right? So like a fake recruiter would come on LinkedIn and talk to someone in his IT department, saying, "Hey, listen, I want to recruit you for this job," but when they go and talk, have like a Teams call, they say, it's not a real job opportunity. I'm basically here to offer you money so you can give me access to your credentials. That kind of happens sometimes, but these days they're getting even more creative with devices, and that's why we have there. Bruno is going to speak a little bit about that. They actually give devices, so hardware for so employees can go into the company, actually install those devices. And not only that, they also give you they also give instructions so they can install remote administration tools into the company's network. So that's how crazy it is. All right, so Bruno, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Domingo, and thank you to all of you to being here. So our first case involving hardware implant required the criminal gang to have physical access to the victim organization premises. They did that by paying the equivalent of 1,000 euros to use a legitimate employee's badge and take the device to be implanted inside the organization's premise and look for a physical network point to install it, as well as electricity. We even got footage of external areas with proof of badge exchange between the criminal gang and the legitimate employee. The gang was fearless. They even used social engineering tactics to pretend they were employees to the company workforce, as well to the security guard, with the customary good morning and everything. In the next slide, I will show a real world picture of an implanted hardware device. And unfortunately, we are not able to show a real world evidence of software implant, given there are too many active cases in law enforcement agencies. So as you can see, this is a 3G modem connected to a router that is connected right to the Ethernet uh, point of the client's premises, as well as the energy to all of this work. Okay.
All right, guys. So this example, and this we wrap up with this. As you can probably see, uh, you would think, how did they implant this type of device? This is really, really common. This is just one of the, I don't know, 20 something cases that we have in the that we're working on. And this it was interesting because it was not the employee who actually installed this. The employee gave his badge so he walked out of the company, gave his badge to the criminal, the gang guy, and the gang guy went inside the company with that device inside his backpack and installed it in the first Ethernet point that he could find close to a power plug. So that's how fearless these guys are. As Bruno said, the criminal guy just even walked in, said good morning to the security guard. Went inside like a spy. These are like spy TTPs, but they're just used by regular gang members in Brazil. Pretty common. So you can probably think how difficult it is for companies. I mean, this is not really in their threat model, right? They're not really seeing the cyber threat in this physical way. Okay. So that's how we wrap it up. These are the contacts for myself and Bruno. If you guys need anything in Brazil or Argentina, I'm from Argentina, he's from Paraguay, but we both live in Brazil and we are pretty happy responding to threats on a daily basis. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation.
Questions?
Do you have any questions? Anyone questions?
Thank you.
Did we thank our speaker? Yeah. Is MJ here? Thank you. I didn't see where you were. Whenever you're I'd like to welcome our next speaker. He's going to be talking about investigating the effectiveness of Bayesian spam filters and detecting large language model modified spam emails or spam mails. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I want to start off my talk by first telling you a little anecdote. Or like the motivation behind my work. So I visited the Google Cloud Summit in Berlin a few months ago. And one of the keynote speakers for the security panel stated that nearly 90% of all the security incidents start off with either a spam or phishing email. And that kind of surprised me, and I Google it or also search for scientific proof, and there is actually scientific proof of it. And this startled me a bit, and I was like, okay, this is quite a big problem still nowadays. And combining that with large language models, or in short LLMs, I think it makes quite an interesting topic, because as we already heard from Kimberly yesterday, LLMs are easy to use. They're very accessible, like there are free ones and also paid versions, and they're rather powerful. So what we ask ourselves is, how big of a threat does it pose to us if a malicious actor uses this strength of the LLMs to modify existing spam emails and try to bypass state-of-the-art spam filters. And for that work, we put up multiple research questions. The first one, how effectively can LLMs be abused to modify spam emails? How robust are spam filters against those mails? And the last one, how do these modifications affect the meaning, or like the semantics of the spam emails? And also, what is the influence on the classification? And for that, we developed a proof of concept pipeline that fully automatically answers, or is a fully automatic pipeline that helps us to answer those questions. And I want to point out, as this might seem to just have like a malicious intent, this is just the beginning of my research, and the overall goal of my research will be to use these findings to, of course, improve existing security measures and drive the cybersecurity forward. So what we basically thinking about was that we have a malicious actor. He has a spam email and puts it through an LLM and gets a kind of remodified, reformulated spam email out, which has, in the optimal case, a similar meaning. And we pass this to a mail server, and in our case, we use the Bayesian spam filter to classify the emails as either spam or ham. For those who don't know, ham is just the term for legitimate emails. And for the Bayesian spam filter, we used the quite popular open source spam assassin spam filter. And we utilized the GPT 3.5 turbo model as our LLM of choice. It was our choice, or why it was our choice, I will elaborate later on. But yeah, that's the general architecture of our system and how our system looked like. Our pipeline consists of 3 steps, namely the pre-processing step, the LLM modification step, and the robustness evaluation step. And we're going to go through each of them step by step and see what they do in detail. And at the end, we'll look at the results. So first off, the pre-processing step. We utilized the spam assassin public mail corpus dataset, which has a collection of labeled spam emails. And for each of those spam emails, we first went into it and modified the headers of it, because we anonymized the mandatory fields that contain email addresses. So, for example, as you can see, the from and to header fields. And we also had to update the date header field, because this was one of the main indicators why our spam filter flagged those as spam. So we updated it so it doesn't influence the spam classification in the end. And what we also saw is that the SMTP headers highly influence the spam classification, because there's some crucial data in there, for example, the sending path, or also the message ID, and so on. So what we did is we created 2 data sets. For one, the original data set, which is just what you see on the left side, and a minimal data set where we just threw out all the non-mandatory SMTP header fields. So what we were basically left with were fields like to, from, date, as you can see, and also CC, BCC, and so on. And in the following, we compared both of them, but you should mostly focus on the minimal data set, because there we can assure, or we can assure that the influence of the SMTP header fields on the actual spam classification was the lowest. So that's just as an information. And we started off with establishing a ground truth because we only wanted to work with spam emails that got classified as spam in the first place without even the modification. So what we did is we sent the emails to our setup mail server, and we let the mail server classify those spam emails with the help of Spam Assassin as either ham or spam. And you can see quite a bit of variance in the classifications. And this is exactly what I said in the previous slide due to the SMTP headers. So the original data set, the majority was correctly labeled as spam. So it was rather successful nonetheless, like nearly 1,000 or like 900 ham emails is a pretty big amount, to be fair. But compared to the minimal data set, you can see that way less emails were actually classified as spam. And we assume that is mostly due to the missing SMTP headers and hints about, for example, the sending path and also some time-related data, because as a quick reminder, the Spam Assassin Mail Corpus data set is from the years 2002 to 2005, so rather old. And these were one of the major indicators for the Spam Assassin filter to flag those emails as actually spam. And in the following, we only used the spam emails that were actually labeled as spam pre-modification. So we can make sure that when we evaluate later and compare the classifications of pre-LLM and post-LLM modification, that we have a clear picture of how the classification actually changed. So now we come to the second part, the actual modification step. Yesterday, we already heard in Kimberly's talk about the different methods on how we can influence LLMs with the example of Gap AI, with different techniques to make them do stuff they're not intended to do. And we had a kind of similar approach. Nonetheless, we didn't use one of the approaches you presented yesterday, for example, like the jailbreaking or the do anything, I think was the name. So what we did is we had first, we started with 2 prompts that were used as kind of like priming prompts. In the first one, we just provided it with the SMT body, so basically the content of the email. And in the second part, we instructed it on how we want the answer to look like. So for example, it should be in JSON format. And we used an OpenAI API functionality called function calls, where we can define a JSON structure and fields and define what we want to these fields to contain. And what is one of the most important parts is that we told it to preserve all the links, because especially with spam and phishing emails, they contain links. They want you to click on links to, I don't know, malicious website to buy something or whatever. So we made sure with this prompt, and it actually worked quite well, that all the links were preserved and not like removed or modified. And the actual prompt that yielded a result, we just told the LLM that it should reformulate or rephrase the previously provided content to sound less aggressive and avoid spam-like words and formulations. And that's it. And this is one of the results. So on the left side, you can see the original spam email we entered. It's about a promotion for a service, and they want to put your website into multiple search engines for monthly fee. And on the right side, you can see the reformulated version. And it's a bit shorter, and they use like nuanced differences in the formulation. And overall, I think, at least like from briefly looking at it, it looks a bit more or like less fishy, so to say, or like less fraudulent. And I can tell you the left side, the email on the left side was flagged as spam by Spam Assassin. The right side didn't. And they basically contain the same content. And we just repeated this step for all the emails we got in our data sets. And after that, we came to our evaluation. So how did we evaluate? As I just said, we sent all the modified spam emails to the mail server and let it classify again. And then we compared the new classifications, so post-LLM modification, with the previous modifications. And the rate or the percentage by the changes in the classification. So if a previously spam classified email was now labeled as ham, this is the so-called success rate. So how successful were we to like bypass the spam filter and change the classification? And to make sure that the meaning was still preserved, we also determined a semantic similarity. So now we can answer all the research questions. So we start with the second one: how robust are the filters? And you can see, and I think we should just focus on the most right column for now, the so-called success rate. So for the original data set with all the SMTP headers, we achieved a success rate of 9.4%. And for the minimal data set, an astonishing nearly 74% of all the modified spam emails were labeled as legitimate. So they effectively bypass the spam filter. Oops, sorry. Yes, and to make sure that it was not like a lucky thing, we also implemented a naive approach, and we just implemented a dictionary or just a simple search and replace with a list of nearly 800 spam-like words and phrases and formulations. And we just replaced them in all these spam mail bodies with less aggressive sounding and just like not spam-like formulations. And you can see the results on the bottom right side. So the success rate is way lower, and even for the minimal data set, none of it was misclassified, and Spam Assassin classified it all correctly. I will go over that part due to time reasons. And how effective can the LLMs be abused? Actually, I have to go back for this one. As you can see, the difference in the number of sent emails. With a dictionary attack, we could just use swap out the words and send it out. For the LLM approach, we had to use the LLM. And some of the LLMs, because they have guidelines in place, reject some of the requests. And actually 20 to 25% of our requests were rejected due to these reasons. Like there was like spam-like content, promotional content, it sounds aggressive and so on. So the LLMs actually look into the content they are dealing with and also like apply their guidelines and reject it from time to time, even though it's non-deterministic. So you can do the same request 5 times and you get 5 different answers basically. And for GPT-4o, this rate was even at 95%. So that's why we chose to use 3.5 and not 4.0. So the creators of the GPT models do quite a good job in enforcing their guidelines, and you just have to be more, I think, flexible and more creative with your prompts to bypass also these guidelines. And now to the last question, to the meaning or the MELS meaning. We employed the cosine similarity for that. So the orange dots are the dictionary tag, and the blue dots are the dots or like the emails for the LLM modified attack. And you can see the dictionary tags, since we only switched out a few words and formulations, the similarity is quite high at roughly 1. So 1 is the highest score for the cosine similarity. And for the LLM attack, it's a bit more spread out because the LLM from time to time swaps out entire paragraphs or like entire sentences. So you have a bit more variance, but overall you can say, depending on which literature you want to reference, that they can still be seen as semantically similar. So to conclude, we can say that nearly or up to 74% of the LLM spam emails successfully bypassed the spam filter, mostly preserving the meaning. And we had an average cost of 0.17 cents per email in doing so. And you have to keep in mind, you don't craft one email and send it to one recipient, but you craft one spam email and send it to hundreds, if not thousands of recipients. So it scales up even more and gets more cost effective the more you scale it up, basically. And of course, future work includes to analyze the modifications, why they led to the misclassifications, and based on that, improve the spam filters, of course. And now it's time for your questions and my answers. Thank you.
If you have 5 questions, of course.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. Well, but is it your finding actually, because most of those spam filter are Bayesian type filter, right? Is it that what you are trying to say is you are going to add a LLM as part of the spam filter will perform much better?
That's actually a good question, and there is research on that. It's called the chat spam detector. They employed multiple LLMs in trying to detect spam and phishing emails. And at least with the GPT-4o model, they had an accuracy of, I think, 95 or 98%. So quite good. So there are still already people trying to include LLMs in the spam filters. But I think in practice, it's not yet done.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Chat spam detector.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about a little bit from different direction.
Sure.
Are you familiar with the trust management systems that are happening before spam is being tagged as a spam?
Actually, no.
Okay, so I mean, sometimes there are, systems they actually stop the email even coming to the spam filter because it's already, spamish or fishy. So I was wondering just if you could actually think about like implementing before even, email could be tagged as a spam or ham. But
Sure, I think
that
that's
could be another, maybe extension of this work.
yes, exactly. Thank you for your input. I think that's a great idea to just like employ, for example, the LLM approach. Who knows? Already before the actual classification, that
Like
would be a great
those
step.
systems quarantine the emails before even they come to your spam box because people tend to click on the spam messages anyway.
Good idea.
So we want to stop them before it actually, goes to the spam filter box.
Yeah, great idea. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I have two. One of them was, where did you get this? You said they had a data set for the spam emails?
Yes.
Which one was that?
It's the Spam Assassin public mail corpus. It comprises roughly 10,000 emails labeled, both ham and spam
Mm-hmm.
emails you got roughly 2,400.
Thank you. And my other question is, have you thought about looking at some of the less reputable, like studied LLMs, like I talked about yesterday?
That's actually one of the part of my future work, or what we're currently working on, to try out, of course, other models, and of course also models which have not that like strict guidelines or restrictions. For example, GapAI or Llama, or like all the other popular LLMs. Yeah, but for now, we just for the proof of concept we use like I guess one of the most popular ones.
I will say with Gab, we gave a talk on it in April, over the summer, and Gab had started to tighten a little bit on, so you may not have as great a success.
Do they have an API? Because for now we do it like fully automatically. So the best case is that we have a publicly available API and that we can just like.
They're not that user friendly with that stuff. I'll have to.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll have to look at it, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question.
Okay, thank you for your interesting presentation. I'm just wondering that if you have to a wonderful work to detect the malicious content in the message body, but if the malicious content is in the attachment, can it be detected by the similar method?
I think it depends on the for one, like the system you send it to, because I'm not as familiar in how it works with attachments, to be fair. But I guess depending on which kind of attachment you're sending, whether it's like a PDF, a executable, an image, or whatever, I think there are definitely means to detect those or scan those, and I think they're already employed today. If that's what you're asking for, did I got your question right?
Yeah. I think if the malicious content in the attachment, it may be more complex.
Yeah, for sure, because you don't have like ASCII characters, of course. I mean, you have like binary data, whatever, compressed data, you name it.
Especially the land off attack, such as.
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to welcome our next speaker. She's going to talk about secure SEM, sensitive text classification based on semantic feature optimization.
Hello, everyone. It's my great honor to attend the ICDF2C conference. My name is Liu Mingqi. I'm from Institute of Information Engineering Chinese Academy of Sciences. Today, I will present our work titled Secure SEM, Sensitive Text Classification Based on Semantic Feature Optimization. Let's begin with the background. Okay. Sorry. As we are aware, in today's fast-paced world characterized by a rapidly evolving information technology, particularly in the era of big data, the Internet has emerged as a crucial platform for promoting free speech and facilitating extensive information exchange. However, the sufficient regulation of online content raises a significant concern: the potential dissemination of sensitive information. This issue becomes particularly pronounced when dealing with inadvertently leaked or deliberately disclosed sensitive data that has not been adequately obfuscated. Moreover, the widespread use of social media has exacerbated this problem by amplifying the spread of sensitive information, thereby posing threats to national security and social political stability. The graph illustrates data breach trends from the second half of 2023 to the first half of 2024. We can observe that peaks in global data breaches highlight an ongoing upward trend. This trend underscores the critical importance of conducting research into inspecting sensitive information that remains inadequately obfuscated. Consequently, there is an urgent need for comprehensive research into both the dissemination mechanism for sensitive information and advanced technological approaches to manage it effectively in order to uphold social order and nationality security. Fortunately, at this stage, progress has been made in sensitive test detection. However, limitations still persist. Most previous research has relied on hybrid models based on pre-trained language models. While models such as BERT have demonstrated success across various tasks, they have not sufficiently represented implicit sensitive semantic features within their architecture, resulting in anistrophy issues. This limitation hinders the model's capacity to effectively capture and articulate the semantic nuances of sensitive content. In the realm of sensitive text classification, models such as BERT may experience anastrophe, leading to instability or inaccuracies when processing sensitive texts. In simpler terms, this results in inconsistencies within feature representations across various dimensions over the embeddings during training, complicating direct comparisons between sentence-level feature vectors obtained. Furthermore, the features extracted from often encompass numerous common attributes that fail to distinctly differentiate sensitive text classifications due to their presence in overlapping areas of both classification domains. For instance, consider the sentence: the X war plan is the latest development by X country. We need to be vigilant about its appearance. Here, warplan serves as a feature with a clear classification boundary, while terms like appearance offer no discernible distinction for classification purpose. To tackle these challenges, we propose a secure SAM, comprising feedback and preston, which introduces an innovative feature aimed at enhancing information exploration within pre-trained language models such as BERT. The actor of our model is illustrated in the companion figure on the right. It deliberates the follow from initially import model through both feedback and feed-presting model towards extracting purified features indicative of sensitive information. This structured methodology ensures sympathetic and effective document processing for recognizing sensitive text. It employs advanced techniques for feature standardization and cleansing to boost model performance. Our research approach involves mapping features acquired via the feature extractor into a specific semantic space designed for classification following vetting operations. This semantic space remains orthogonal to common features, thereby yielding more relevant and distinctive representations. Now, we present the feedback model. Its primary objective is to address the potential anisotropy issue inherent in BERT, which may result in instability or reduced accuracy when processing sensitive text. Ensuring consistency and precision of model representations across the various directions is essential for effectively handling sensitive information. This implies that while we can derive vectors that represent the meaning of documents, their performance may exhibit inconsistency across different orientations, lacking uniformity compared to other orthogonal basis vectors. Given the multidimensional nature of word vectors, each dimension processes is varying unit vector length, leading to anisotropy that can introduce bias in vector similarity calculations. For instance, calculating the cosine similarity between x1 and x2 yields 0. Similarly, the similarity between x1 and x3, which are orthogonal, also results in 0. However, from a geometric standpoint, x1 is actually more similar to x3 than indicated by these calculations. This discrepancy can create challenges in accurately assessing similarities. To mitigate this issue, we can transform our document vectors into representations characterized by a zero mean and a united covariance matrix. This adjustment produces several effects. Setting the mean of the document vector to 0 allows us to concentrate on its intrinsic meaning rather than merely its absolute magnitude. Modifying the correspondence matrix to conform with a unit matrix facilitates more balanced transformations across different dimensions. By eliminating non-essential features through this process, we achieve dimensionality reduction of feature vectors, thereby diminishing noise levels and enhancing search speed for vectors. Such adjustments contribute significantly towards addressing anisotropy issues by rendering document representations more balanced and consistent across various directions, bring them closer to an ideal state represented by orthogonal basis vectors. Additionally, we integrate raw BERT outputs with standardized feature embeddings to provide richer semantic information. The fee printing module is designed to explore more effective feature selection methods aimed at eliminating common features and extracting those that can better differentiate between various sensitive text categories. This module primarily comprises a common feature learning network and a feature cleaning network. The common feature learning network employs a gradient reverse layer to capture general features shared by two categories, which exert minimal influence on the classification task. The initial input is encoded by an encoder, yielding a specific level feature representation through the feedback model. By utilizing gradient reverse technology, this feature representation is fed into GRL to identify class generic features that contribute little to the classification task. Okay, the next one. The sensitive text dataset employed in this experiment originates from WikiLeaks US Diplomatic Document Library, which is an online repository of sensitive text in the United States. Accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score serve as evaluation metrics for this study. This table about province results from these comparative experiments. In the experiments, our secure sum breadth model demonstrated optimal performance across all datasets with an impressive 5% improvement on our primary dataset. Ablation study further validated the effectiveness of our proposed method models. For instance, the data shows the improvement of our model. In summary, SecureSum consistently demonstrates efficient performance across models such as Robert and Albert. The feedback and fee-priced models significantly improvement over base models. Optimal performance is achieved when feedback and fee-priced models are combined, underscoring the importance of their interaction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Maybe we have time for one question. Anyone have any questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much. So I think lunch might end at 1 if it follows the same as yesterday. And since we had technical issues and we moved to talk into the session, I don't see Radka. So are we all okay with moving the last speaker, Umit, to the next session? I figure a majority wins. Who wants lunch? Oh, it's starting at 1? Starts at 1. Never mind. Ignore me. You have 30 minutes.
I hate to be between you and lunch, but
I thought it was at noon. My apologies. I shouldn't do this. So I'll introduce you instead of trying to rush you. So the hidden realms of router apps, forensics analysis of TP, link, tether, and ASUS routers by Umit.
Yep, thank you. Well, I was planning to squish this into 10 minutes, but it's okay. I have 30 minutes. All right. This work has been done with my master's student, Akif. He's the lead, and I'm the professor at Purdue University. So Akif has been working with me for a while, even starting as an undergrad student. So this is just one of the work that we do together. What I'm going to be talking about is an agenda. So I'll be just briefly introducing you the work, like motivational introduction and some literature review, briefly, hopefully. And then I'll talk about the methodology, results, and some future work with conclusions. So, of course, as a motivation, we all know routers are right in the middle of our lives, right? We all use routers. I mean, who doesn't have a router in their home? Yeah, so obvious, right? So we all use routers. They're very, very primary part of the communications and gateways between us and the rest of the world. So through these routers, there's so many connections are happening, so many data is going through. You all know that, and they all require internet connections. And basically, when we use these routers, so we have been there have been studies that focus on the routers and forensic research on the routers, how we can get the data from these routers. If the routers are found in the crime scene, most of the time they are found. So and we just want to get the data out of this to understand what's really forensically happening. Okay. So we all know and aware of this. And most of the time, right now, the routers actually come with the applications, associated applications with, so that the users conveniently can use and access to their routers through the mobile applications. And as just we do, for pretty much any smart device that we have in our homes, we want to, connect them via phones. I have two-story house, living in the second. I'm sleeping on the second. My thermostat was in the first floor, and I was just sick of going downstairs, changing my thermostat, and I just got smart thermostat to just conveniently change the temperature from upstairs. So that's exactly what's the convenience for. Instead of we go and plug the router or just access from computer, we want to change everything on our phone. We want to control everything. Parental controls and all those stuff are happening right now through the applications. So that's why we want to make sure, if these, router applications can be analyzed forensically, and what type of artifacts that we can actually get and, potentially introduce to the forensic community, so that they can actually, take and follow the same steps and get data out of them. So as a literature review, I'm just going to wrap them up very quickly. Nobody likes to hear the literature review. So basically what the literature is focusing on is mostly data extractions from the routers, router logs, whatever data is being stored on the routers. There are some studies that have worked specifically those two routers that we are actually investigated, but they look at the router content, not their associated mobile application. So this is a significant difference, because routers keep data. Some certain amount of data is kept in the routers, and most of the data is because of the network traffic is volatile, and most of the useful data, sometimes not always, is being gone. So the question is, can we get some of those information from the associated applications from the mobile device? Yeah, there are many work. Mainly, they all focus on the routers, router connections, networks, all those stuff. But we could not find any study, not only these two applications, focusing on these two applications. There is no study in the literature that has focused on the router applications. That what kind of forensically relevant artifacts they could potentially store and could be actually extracted. We not only analyzed those applications, we also did some dynamic analysis on these applications, and see what type of files are being accessed by these applications, and see if we can actually get those access to those files, and see if we can get some more forensically relevant artifacts. So again, these two applications we focused on, TP-Link Tether and ASUS router applications on Android device. So just to mention that we routed the Android device. I'm just answering the potential questions coming after this talk. Why we routed the device is because we want to have dynamic analysis, and the tools that we use, Frida specifically, it requires the phone being rooted. You might think that this is not a real life application. In real life, we don't find phones really rooted, but the limitation can be simply lifted for those who are familiar with some of the tools like Gray Key, Key. They can actually do pretty much the same thing. Without rooting the device, they can still have access to the full file system, or physical, depends on the phone, so that we can get actually the similar results. So we want to show as a research what's the entire data we can get from the phone and its file system and other components, user data and system data, and then analyze that in content to get the most relevant forensic artifacts. Just the holistic approach. So as a methodology, basically we follow the 4 steps. Just pretty much the research methodology is followed by most of the forensics research. Experimental design, we perform some experiments and we did the data population. We set up everything. We populated the data. Data population follow the NIST guidelines. What NIST supports or actually recommends is basically when any research is conducted, every single features of the targeted application should be used and consequently produce data. So we want to use every single potential feature that are available for these 2 applications, and we recorded all of them, what we have done, when we have done them, and then we compared all the results to our records. And then we did the data acquisition, and then we did the forensic examination and analysis. So this is the general design of the methodology, pretty much what I have mentioned. And eventually, at the end, we also reported. And this methodology is also following the NIST guidelines. And the NIST guidelines, it's simply, acquiring and examination, analysis, and reporting, that 4-step phase. So we also adapted that into this methodology. All right. So I mentioned just a couple of seconds ago, so that we also use on dynamic analysis. So we integrated Frida into this analysis step during the analysis step. And that actually required, for those who are not familiar, I'm going to go over this. We set up the Frida and then basically install the Frida on the computer and attach it to the, through the USB debugging. We enable the USB debugging on Android. Once again, the phone was rooted. So we have full privileged access, root access to the phone and its file system. So we installed the server and start the Frida server on the Android. Now we were able to listen everything is happening between the apps and the operating system. So whatever app. So in this case, we were focusing on 2 apps simply. So we connected the device to the computer and then we observed all the changes from modified state. That means like anytime we perform anything on the application, we were able to read through and then dump all the data so we could analyze them. Okay, so this is not a conventional forensic approach. Okay, so this is a forensic approach. This is not a forensic approach because we change things. Okay, so I admit this now. So we do this as a research, and we want to see what type of files are being modified, accessed, and what type of modifications are performed on those files, so that we can actually report as a result of this research. And investigators, when they find these phones with these 2 applications, they can follow exactly the same steps here because they will know our results. They can just specifically look at those files and get the data out of them. I mentioned that we use NIST guidelines, and this is a specific publication you might want to check if you're interested in. So these are the devices, hardware and software, basically we used. So we used Samsung Galaxy A50 Y that was available at the time. But this is pretty much applicable to really any Android device. And TP-Link with this specific model, Asus router, specific model. They were, at the time we did this research, they were actually one of the top on the market routers. So we purchased them for this research. They were new. And then we use Forensic Workstation. As you see, it's a pretty good computer forensically. It's a forensic workstation. And then we use Magnet Acquire, Magnet Axiom tools, Magnet Acquire for acquisition, Magnet Process, Axiom Process for processing the data, Examine to examination for analysis. And then we also use Frida and RMS tool. It's a runtime mobile security tool to do the reverse engineering and see the contents. So we did the data population, as I mentioned. Now I'm going to squish this in 10 minutes, I guess. So we did, we pretty much use all the, features available for the app. We populated the data. We created new emails, of course. Everything was from the scratch. We want to make sure there's no interfering data from other applications or other use of this same account. So data acquisition, we use magnet forensics because the phone was rooted. We had physical access, physical extraction. You might know it's not always possible, but with these results, we are pretty sure, based on our research, full file system would be sufficient. So, gray key, very key exceptions are always there. You don't need to root the phone. If you have a gray key for law enforcement or very key for those, corporates, they can actually do the same extraction. And we use magnet acquire for the image acquisition. I mentioned that too. These tools are used. Okay, let's go to the analysis. So we did the analysis because we did in-depth analysis for the file system, locations. The reason is that the magnet axiom, and I Celebrate also doesn't do that. Pretty much none of the tools right now are pre-processing these two applications. It's not on their radar. So we had to do in-depth analysis in the file system. Basically, as a interesting two results, TP-Link encrypts pretty much all the user data and keeps them nicely in an encrypted form. ACES router, if you own one of them, sorry to say that, they don't keep anything encrypted. Even the user passwords are actually in plain text. I'm going to show them to you. As a TP-Link results, basically there are really interesting locations that we found. There's an encrypted database, as I mentioned. We couldn't get the data out of it. I'm going to show you. It's pretty good encryption. We did some entropy analysis. It's way beyond good encryption. However, there were two files. So a picture file is an account profile picture. We were able to, retrieve this, not from the regular images location, but from another location. Could be interesting. But what is interesting is that we found the authentication token, which is quite interesting for law enforcement agencies, because these tokens are good for 7 days. And probably you all know how these authentication tokens can be used. Basically, you can do the same HTTP request to the servers, and then using the same authentication token, you can actually get data from their servers. Of course, considering you have all the legal consents and legal authority. I'm not going into those details. Assuming you have right to do this, you can actually use those. And so this is the location basically for this. Obviously, this is the app location, and this is the specific file that is actually keeping that data. So here it is. So this is the authentication token. It's longer than this, obviously. And then it shows when in epoch time it shows you when this is a timestamp that this file was created, or this authentication token was created, and in seconds, basically 7 days from that time. So you have 7 days to access. Then we use RMS. We did some, using Frida and RMS, we did some dynamic analysis. We were able to get some of the files. So this is the file. I don't know why this is messed up, but there is a logs_snap.dat. So this is the file that keeps all the data encrypted. But outside of that, we also found some of the files keeping some information, not much. So we did entropy analysis, really good security or encrypted file. We couldn't do much. ACES. ACES sucks. It actually keeps everything in plain text in this case. We found a router profile, same, very similar log files, and some XML files. And those log files, and also database file. And this is the database file that keeps everything in. And this is, of course, a partial table. We just want to show 2 entries. It keeps 2 entries for every single user for the router. And these are all the username, user key, this is the passcode in plain text, and also the MAC address. I mean, you can see pretty much everything in plain text for ACES routers. Moving forward, similarly, we have authentication token. It's also valid for 7 days. Still, HTTP requests can be used and get the data from the cloud or their basically Firebase servers. Same results. And router application, ACES router application also keeps information in the logs, very similar to the Frida results that we got for the TP-Link tether. So, and this time we actually, because it's not really encrypting anything, we were able to find, the phone make, model, the username, the client, whoever is using it, and pretty much like, good information about the user, their devices, not only router, but the devices using that. So pretty much all those information are in plain text. Last two findings, one of them was an XML artifact that we found. So this is, even though it looks like a profile picture, when you look at it, this is actually a location picture. The location of the router is taken as a snapshot, and it's actually shown and stored in a plain text under this folder. It's basically under the same ACES package, and then under the files in this JPEG. That's pretty much all. As a future work, what we are planning to do, we already did actually. So we did the iOS version of it in the meantime. So that was the feature we were suggesting when we submitted this paper. And then ALEAP or iLeap for the iOS version, modules can be created, and community can benefit this as an open source tool, and that would be great. And also a standalone tool can be also created, for automatically fetching the data from cloud by using these authentication tokens. That could be quite interesting. That's pretty much what Magnet or other tools actually do for cloud data extraction. They use the authentication tokens, get the data from them. That's all from me. These are some of the references. My information is there. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. So I knew I was supposed to rush, but it wasn't for lunch because we have one more session. So we have two more papers before 1 o'clock. So we might, at least one of the authors said that they're willing to go kind of fast and just introduce the problem. So my mistake. And now you're session chair, so I'm sorry I messed that up.
I am the session chair.
I think so.
All right.
Are you? Is he the session chair? Yeah.
Am I? Yes. I'm promoted from a speaker to the session chair. Okay. Let me get my. Cool. Where am I?
You okay, sir? Okay, so whoever you need the session chair, I made it.
If you have questions about my presentation, see me later. I'm the session chair. Okay, I know. Do we have the presentation? Just 1 minute. Okay. So our first speaker for the session 6, Mirella, from Tilburg University, and the title is Biologically Sustainable Cyber-Physical Spaces, a Systematic Literature Review. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Maybe I have some the slide also on my. Okay. Perfect. I'm a PhD student from the University of Netherlands, but I'm Italian. And I'm doing a PhD, and I'm in the end of my career, but now we are looking for a survey to combine all the topics that I follow, especially because during my PhD there was some trouble. Okay, and this one is on the presentation is on sustainability, and I try to collect all the information about the problem relative to the sustainability, especially because it's a delicate topic, and all the European and the world, they are looking for sustainability and on a different goal around this delicate and also there are a necessity of found what is a lack and in the definition and also in that topic. Okay, like our objectives was to define the biological field where cyber physical system and space are present, to understand also if there are some gap and also look for the taxonomy. We decided to have two different research questions. One was a preliminary study on the domain of biology and how cyber physical system is utilized in that domain. And the second is on the definition of biology sustainability. We conduct the methodology on this a lot of article, and we try to select what is more relevant in our study. And through the exclusion and inclusion criteria, we arrived at number of article that are possible to analyze, and they are 100 approximately, and to try to respond to the research question. For that, we have different results. Why it doesn't work? Okay. First of all, about the definition for biological sustainability, because it's the ability of cyber physical system and space to operate in harmony with the natural biological processes without causing harm to the environment and depleting the natural resources. Maybe it's a little bit different from what you heard in this conference, but it's also important. In fact, we identify different environment where cyber physical system can interact with the biological component for have sustainability. And we found seven domains, seven emerging category, and we show briefly only introducing some of them, like on agricultural smart farming. We find some subcluster, the same for urban environment system. Like I show you a picture about a smart city and what is present, like IoT and all the device to improve the environment and also our health. And the same is for the medical aspect and for the biosphere system and biotechnology. And we found this, I think, is relevant for this conference because talk about the artificial intelligence and the cyber physical system and the correlation between them, and also on interdisciplinary of all the technology they are emerging recently. And then on security and privacy. I mention that because, for example, in forensic, we had some experimentation with a case study for the identification on the sample they are present in a criminal scene. And the point we try to apply deep learning for have a predictor model for profiling, DNA profiling. In the end, we build a conceptual model on a biological sustainable cyber-physical system space with this node and connection between different aspects that we mentioned, we extract from the previous taxonomy. This is the formula of the previous conceptual model. And in the future, we want to extend our research, especially looking for more information related to the article that we extract during the survey, and apply the grounded theory. And probably if someone wanted to help in that, we are so happy to involve also for the future work. And I want to thanks to all. And I want to mention also about One Health is a new concept about the health that is for animals, plant, environment, and the human. Is like a combination of all these factors. And thank you also to my supervisor, and I want to thank you to all of you. I'm so sorry, but I'm a little bit nervous.
You're doing great. Thank you very much. Let's thank our speaker. So, you kind of have a question, maybe? Any questions? You can definitely catch her during the lunch break and
Yeah.
ask more questions. So, but let's again thank
Yeah.
Mariella.
Especially because I was so quickly.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank twice. So our next speaker is Pradeep. So his title of this presentation is Detecting Criminal Networks via Non-Content Communication Data Analysis Techniques from the Tracy Project.
Yep, last one. Yes. Yeah. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. You know that so we have lunch break, and I keep my session very short, and convey my research topic. So the topic is detecting criminal networks from non-content data from the Tracy project. So this is a collaboratory project from 3 different groups, from Switzerland to Greece to Belgium. And Tracy, I'll briefly discuss about what is this project about, and how will it have an impact on LES, law enforcement agency. So quickly, I'll go through the objectives of this work, and then we'll discuss on how the data set was collected to uh, in the form of non-content data. And I'll choose a realistic scenario and explain our technologies that we developed, and I'll also conclude with some of the experiments and results. So before going to my talk, I'd like to introduce some of the popular terminologies used in the paper, which is called as non-content data. It means that it is a metadata obtained from different call service providers, like subscriber data or location data, cell latitude data, and all those things. And as you know that LEAs are the agencies who use this big list of NCDs for suspect profiling or like detecting the criminal activities. And Tracy is a EU-funded project where it aims to improve the LEA's forensic abilities using this big data techniques. The challenge that LEAs are facing today is that they have a huge list of non-content data, but they do not have the mechanism how to solve this or filter the data and retain some of the important information. And also they receive millions of data points, and it's hard to pick up the interested data points. I'll show how we picked up interesting points. And our objective is to improve these investigations and develop a simple realistic tool, so that a click of a button will help them to filter or give the relevant information from them. And also we'll also track the criminal network behavior using some technology. and it will enhance their detection thing. So before going to that, our work, I would like to focus on the data set that we created. So we used two like simulated simulators. One is called SimSit simulator, and other is a SimNet simulator. So we focused only on a particular portion of Athens, Greece. So here we collected different data points. The data set contains of these four information. One is the person ID, and at what position is he in currently at a different time instant. And also we gather the information about cell latitude and longitude and latitude information. So there are three realistic applications that we developed. So one thing is that can we come up with some analysis of this data points and identify some consistent pairs of individuals who meet at a same location at almost at the same instant of time, and who are probably the suspects or criminals, right? And second thing is that we come up with a visualization platform which will help the suspect movements efficiently. And also, once we develop this network, we'll adapt some popular network technologies for data integration. So firstly, that we received some data set that I described, and it contained almost like a millions of data points, like cell latitude, longitude, and all those things. So first thing is that we need to, our end goal is to identify who are these suspects or the person IDs who are mostly criminal, who are doing some criminal activities. So for that, we followed some some simple block diagram. So first thing is that we divided that CSV into 240 different slots. Every slot is of 1 minute interval. So within 1 minute interval, we'll identify whether there are two or more persons meeting at the same location and at almost the same time. Here is an example. So this is a latitude, longitude, and all the metadata information. We added one more column called slot information. So between the time frame from 8 to 12 hours, and then for every latitude, longitude, we will know who are all the persons who are reaching that particular latitude. So once we reach that, once we have that information, we also preserve the other metadata at what time this person is reaching that particular location. Say suppose this is a person ID, he comes to that spot at 8:00 14 seconds, and likewise we have all the metadata information. So once we use this data, then we form pairs. So for example, if this is three person IDs meeting at the same latitude, longitude, we form six different pairs, and we'll organize this data in the form of unique pairs. Now, after that, what we do is, interesting thing is that for every pair, we'll check what is the distance traveled from that latitude to next latitude, longitude, right? So here, for example, there are like millions of pairs who are traveling by just a meter of matter of 10 meters or this one. They are really not as suspects, right? But interesting thing is that you can see that there are a lot of pairs who are traveled more than like 60 kilometers within a span of 4 hours. So that means these suspects are meeting at the same location at the same time, almost at the same time within 1 minute buffer, and then they are just moving towards other paths. Now, what we did was we used a open source Streamlit platform to visualize this representation. So this is just 0.001% of this big network. Every node is a person ID, and every edge will tell you at how many number of times are these people or are these pair meeting, right? So with that, we'll come to know about more information about suspect. So I'll just give an example of possible suspects moment. Here there are orange locations with the orange person and one with the red person. You can see that they meet at one point in Athens, and then one of the person will travel a different path, and the red person will travel a different path. At the end, they meet at a different point. So this is the behavior of a criminals, right? So once we use this information, we'll pass on this to law enforcement agency, and they will also look into the locations that are captured in the CCTV footages, and then this will add more evidence for detecting the crimes. So once we have the graph, we can extend this application to different problem statement like whether is influencing the criminal, or whether there is any link with one speaker, one set of persons to other persons. So it opens up different wide variety of applications. So just to conclude, we understood the importance of non-content data in this framework, and also we discussed about the methods that we used for simulating the data, and like we came up with a simple framework, visualization framework, that will be helpful for LES to filter out the enormous like millions of rows to like tens and like just less than 50 rows. With that, I conclude, and thank you very much. If there are any questions, please feel free. I'd like to acknowledge the Tracy project and for their funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Any questions? We can take actually a question. He did pretty good job in timing and also presentation.
Because I also need to go for lunch, right?
Okay. Oh, wonderful. Any questions? Okay, I have a couple questions. I'm gonna ask you later.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time.
So I think this is time for lunch. We are gonna be meeting in an hour, actually in 54 minutes at 2. Right? Yes. One more announcement.
So one more announcement. The lunch will not be at the restaurant that we had yesterday. So if you would all follow me, yeah, I'll lead you to the restaurant. Okay.
The home. Oh, thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So it's time for us to get started on with the online session, but we're actually lucky that we have a in-person presenter, Guohao Li, who will be discussing assessing threat security boundary and side channel attack detection in the metaverse. He's from Shaanxi Key Laboratory of Network and System Security. Yeah, so I think we've got it. Let's see, there it is. So over to you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Guohao Li from Xi'an University in China. I will now present our collaborative research on detecting the security boundary and the side channel attack in the metaverse. The metaverse represents the next generation of the internet, combining virtual and real environments. In addition to the traditional network threats, we also introduce some new security risks, such as physical harm, virtual assault, theft, and fake identities. These attacks are often more hidden, so we classify those attacks into two types: tagging privacy data in the metaverse and tagging the tampering of the virtual displays. Currently, several field studies focus on detecting attacks in the metaverse. However, they concentrate solely on network data and overlook metaverse system log data. In addition, exciting methods often fail to detect zero-day attacks and can't effectively track and reconstruct attack scenarios. To address this challenge, our work pioneered the use of system log data for attack detection and further introduced a scheme that combines unsupervised learning algorithms with attack reconstruction methods using provenance graph. Our work motivation is we discovered that the risk of novel attacks in the metaverse is evident in system logs, prompting us to connect and analyze these logs to identify potential threats. Regarding our detection strategy, the zero-day attacks lack no signatures, making traditional detection methods ineffective. Isolation forests identifies them by detecting anomalous behavior in the data. We also developed an attack reconstruction model using provenance graphs, which integrates spatial and temporal data to resist tampering and enhance the direct detection of long-term covert attacks. Our solution will detect the two types of attacks for the metaverse side channel and the security boundary attacks. Both are typically examples of two types of emerging attacks in the metaverse. We assume the system audit is not compromised and the connected log data is complete and trustworthy. Second, we assume the adversary has the capability to compromise the target machine and allowing for user learned post-exploitation. This page presents the overall framework. Our scheme consists of two components: anomaly detection and attack reconstruction. In the first part, it involves collecting metaverse log data for anomaly detection, as data quality impacts model detection. So we first pre-process the data. Then we apply the isolation forest algorithm to generate alerts. In the second part, we construct a metaverse provenance graph from the collected logs. The anomaly alerts from the first part are used to label suspicious nodes, and related nodes are further analyzed. We extract identifiable
features of attack methods and use non-attack patterns to classify and conform the anomalous nodes, forming an attack subgraph. Next, I will provide details about these two components. The first component is anomaly detection. Log data from metaverse systems provide detailed records crucial for detecting unusual or potentially suspicious activities. Therefore, we connect the metaverse logs for anomaly detection. To improve model accuracy, we process the data before training. We use the isolation forest algorithm to detect those anomalies. To handle large-scale data, we divided the data set into subsets, independently training each subset and aggregate the results to generate a comprehensive anomaly score, which helps classify anomalous instance and generate anomaly alerts. In the step 2 is attack reconstruction. The component employs an attack reconstruction model employing provenance graphs. Using anomaly detection models, we mark anomalies identified within the provenance graphs. Consider nodes connected to these anomalous nodes as attack-related and subjecting them, them to further analysis to certain alert associations. Our framework applies attack routes to map low-level audit logs to high-level attack stages and classifies the identity relationships in the provenance graph into the corresponding attack stage. We use label propagation to avoid redundant to redundant to improve redundant traversals and mark all nodes involved in the attack within the proofs graph. Finally, we perform both forward and backward analysis to obtain attack subgraphs, reconstructing the attack scenarios. In our metaverse province graph, S represents the set of subjects, O represents the set of objects, E represents the relationships among entities, including operations such as create, fork, write, read, send, link, and T represents the timestamps. Metaverse attack detection is an emerging field lacking open source data sets for detection. To address this gap, we produced the convert attack in VR and AR environments to generate a data set of audit logs from their system logs. The data set contains 5,620,565 system audit logs. The data set include four attack types: boundary expansion attack, boundary movement attack, directional disorientation attack, and metaverse sand channel attack. There are the specific implications of the boundary expansion attack, directional disorientation attack, and metaverse sand channel attack. The metaverse security boundary attacks involve the malicious modifications to virtual space, potentially causing dizziness, collisions, or force for users. In the direction disorientation attack, we play a video to illustrate it. Please wait about 3 seconds because I'm good at time the video. You can see in the directional disorientation attacks, the attackers you can see in the directional dissociation attack, the attacker can frequent and repeat modifications to the boundary configuration within a short time. It can cause the user's headset view to shake violently. In the metaverse side channel attacks, the attack can malicious collect data such as CPU and GPU frame risks from user interactions with the HMD to infer sensitive information such keystrokes or identity information. The HMDS is the headset media display. The mainly business HMDS includes Apple Vision Pro, Meta's Quest, and HoloLens. We illustrate the anomaly detection model, assessing the effectiveness of the detection in terms of accuracy and recall, and then studying the impact of different parameters on the model. You can see in this figure, the recall rate of the detection model can reach 0.95, indicating that nearly all anomalies can be detected. And the ROC curve illustrates the performance of a classifier across various threshold settings. As demonstrated in this figure, the model exhibits excellent performance in anomaly detection. The area under the curve value is about 0.95. We provide a detailed description of the attack pieces identified by the detection system. In these scenarios, the rectangles represent fields, diamonds represent the network connections, and ellipses represent the process. We make a conclusion in the end. We introduce a novel metaverse introduction detection scheme designed to identify specific attacks targeting metaverse applications. Our approach leverages the system log data from the metaverse to reconstruct the attack pieces. We employ an solution for risk algorithm which does not require labeled data, thereby facilitating the discovery of previously unidentified attacks. Our system gathers data from the metaverse and utilize a provenance graph model to trace various attack types. For anomaly detection, we have tested our system in real-world scenarios where it has successfully identified malicious activities. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thanks. Do we have questions? I have a question for you. You mentioned a couple, but I'm curious, how many different known attacks are there for the metaverse?
Be honest, the tuple good is designed by first owner. It isn't my work. So I can this question is too detailed that I may not answer your question actually. So can you contract this first order?
Okay. Okay,
Sorry,
fair
sorry,
enough.
sorry.
No problem. Yeah, thanks again. Any other questions? Thanks once more.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, so next up we have a presentation called EGSAN. And that's Evolving Graph Self-Attention Networks for Detecting Illicit Activities in Cryptocurrency from Bo Kui and Jiazang, Inner Mongolia University. Do we have either on Zoom? Either author on Zoom? Jia is there. Jiazang? Hello? Okay, I think we have a video for you as well. So we'll play the video and then we can maybe ask questions if that's okay. It looks like we can't hear you yet. Hold on a second, please.
Okay.
We can hear you now. Perfect. Okay, thank you much. I'll pull up the video and play that, and then we'll go to you. Yes. No. Sorry. Oh. It's an update. Okay. And then I've got to move this over.
In
Left.
currency, the focus of this research
Aha.
on how to leverage dynamic GAN to more effectively detect illicit activities in cryptocurrency transactions, especially in decentralized systems like Bitcoin to combat money laundering and fraud. The rapid growth of cryptocurrencies in recent years has brought many financial innovations, but also made them more a hotbed for financial crimes. Therefore, our goal is to design a model that can tackle these challenges and detect anomalies in complex and dynamic transaction networks. Cryptocurrencies, particularly Bitcoin, pose significant challenges for regulation and anomaly detection due to their anonymity and decentralization. Traditional anomaly detection methods mainly rely on machine learning and GNNS. While these methods are effective for static transaction networks, they often overlook the dynamic evolution of these networks. We observed that financial transaction networks evolve over time, and static detection methods struggle to handle the complexity of temporal information, leading to missed and misclassified anomalies. To address this issue, we proposed a new model called EGSAN, which captures both the spatial and temporal dimensions of transaction networks, overcoming the limitation of traditional methods in handling dynamic data. Current GNN such as GCN and GAT typically handle only static graph data and they face limitation when trying to capture the complex dynamics of transaction networks. For example, while GAT effectively aggregates information from node neighbors, it neglects the temporal evolution of transaction networks. Some researchers have attempted to introduce RNNs like LSTM to capture temporal information. However, simply combining graph models with RNNs often results in performance bottlenecks, especially when transaction networks keep adding new nodes. Therefore, we propose an innovative model, EGSAN, which integrates graph attention mechanisms with self-attention mechanisms to specifically handle the evolving nature of dynamic network. Next, I will introduce how the EGSAN model works. The core idea of EGSAN is to handle both the structure and temporal evolution of the graph through a self-attention mechanism, making it more effective and dynamic transaction networks. EGSAN first employ GAT to handle the spatial information of the graph, which aggregates the neighbor information of each node in each time snapshot. This allows the model to effectively capture the structural characteristic of each node in the transaction network. Then, to capture dynamic changes over time, we introduce a GRU to handle changes in the graph over different time steps. GRU dynamically updates the model's weights to capture the temporal evolution of the transaction network. The mechanism is crucial for detecting anomalies in financial transactions because illicit activities often exhibit patterns over multiple time steps, and the GRU can effectively capture the temporal features. Finally, we use a self-attention mechanism to further optimize the weights that change over time. The self-attention mechanism enables the model to adjust the importance of node features at different time points, allowing for more accurate detection of key anomalous behaviors across different time periods. This innovation significantly enhances the flexibility and the rawness of model, allowing it to handle the complex evolution of transaction networks. To validate the infiniteness of the EGSAN model, we conducted experiments on multiple datasets. The first dataset we used is the elliptic Bicol transaction dataset, which is currently the largest publicly available cryptocurrency transaction dataset. Additionally, we tested the model on two social network datasets, Block Catalog and Flickr, to verify its generalization capabilities. The experimental results show that EGSAN outperforms state-of-the-art models across all metrics. For example, on the Bitcoin transaction dataset, EGSAN achieved a macro-average FE score of 0.882, significantly outperforming traditional GNN models. Moreover, we performed ablation studies to assess the importance of the self-attention layer. The results demonstrate that removing the self-attention mechanisms resulted in a noticeable drop in detection accuracy, highlighting the key role of self-attention in capturing temporal information and adjusting node weights. Additionally, our model also performed well on the Block Catalog and Flickr datasets, proving its versatility and broad applicability in different fields and use cases. In summary, our EGSAN model, by combining graph attention and self-attention mechanisms, not only effectively captures the temporal and structural information in cryptocurrency transaction networks, but also performs well in other graph data domains. EGSAN significantly improves the accuracy and efficiency of detecting illicit transactions, while about potential for handling dynamic graph data in various domains. In future work, we plan to further optimize the computational efficiency of the model to handle larger scale financial network data. Additionally, we aim to explore the application of EGSAN in other fields, such as network security and detecting anomalous behavior in social media. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you, Chia Zhang. I'm curious if there's any questions from the room, from the audience here. Are there any questions from those on Zoom? I see we have several participants in Zoom, 12 actually, so feel free to jump in if you have a question on Zoom. I have one for you about defining illicit activities in cryptocurrencies. How do you define those? Gia, are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. How do you define illicit activities in cryptocurrencies? You may have mentioned it, but I missed it.
Mm, mm, and illicit organization and created this. I think it is illicit activities are often a minority class, which creates a data imbalance issue.
Oh, interesting. A data imbalance issue. So the cryptocurrency ledger doesn't have a reciprocal account, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Any other questions? Okay. Our next presentation, thanks again, Gia, thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free, if you're on Zoom, there's a reaction, you can put applause there as well if you want to participate in the applause for the speakers. Our next presentation is Auto TFCE, Automatic Traffic Feature Code Extraction, new method, and its application in cybersecurity. And there's several co-authors. I'm not sure which one we have here from Sichuan University. Let me see if I can match a name. We have Junjiang He, Jiayang Wang, Jiang Chuan Chen, Wenbo Fang, Lei Zhang, and Tao Li. Do we have, looks like Yanfang Li. Nope, sorry. I mixed up the names. Yanfang, you're not up yet. Do we have anybody for Auto TFCE on the Zoom? Auto TFCE. Okay, we're going to keep going. I don't have a recording for that one either, so we'll keep moving. And if somebody from that paper comes online, we'll come back. Auto TFCE, last call. Auto TFCE from Sichuan University. Okay, hearing none, we'll go to the next. This next presentation scheduled is Improved Federated Learning Model Against Poisoning Attacks by Using Iterative Blockchain Validators. And we have a team from Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology, Songding Fuyazu, Peiyun Sang, Sangjie Fu, and Kez Hong Lu. I think we have.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
I think you're up. You can. I don't think we have a video to play for you, but you can share your screen and we'll observe your presentation on the Zoom.
Okay, wait a minute.
All right. Oh, could you please turn on your camera as well?
I try.
Thank you.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Xu Fuya, the author of the paper Federated Learning Model Against Poisoning Attacks by Using Interactive Blockchain Validators. Today, I will give a speech on behalf of our team. This speech is divided into these 4 parts. The first part is the section of introduction. First, let me introduce blockchain technology. This picture illustrates the 5-layer structure of blockchain, which consists of the application layer, control layer, consent layer, data layer, and the network layer, from top to bottom. Blockchain ensures security through encrypted data, accessible only by authorized participants, offers transparency with public records for anyone to review, and achieves high efficiency while automated processes and smart contracts, reducing errors and human intervention. Next, I will briefly introduce federated learning technology. As shown in this picture, federated learning operates in a distributed environment where users train data locally. By uploading model parameters, it protects the privacy of users' data. However, federated learning as a method of distributed machine learning that ensures data security faces the following issues. It is inherently a centralized approach. If the central server fails, the entire system will be die, and there is a potential danger of user attacks on the model in it. Next is the related work. As shown in these papers, we summarize the research progress and existing problems of blockchain-based federated learning and the aggregation rule. From these tables, we can see that We summarize the research progress and the existing problems of blockchain-based federated learning and the aggregation rule. We can see that the process of selecting validators requires substantial resource costs, and attacks might target the model by attacking the aggregation rules. Next, I will introduce our proposed model. The main contributions of this work include that we propose a novel federated learning model by using interactive blockchain validators, and based on it, we design an enhanced aggregation rule. The proposed model requires blockchain to store various types of information, such as global and local model parameters and validator information. Due to the need to store task and local models in the proposed model, two types of blocks need to be designed: task and local model blocks, respectively, as shown in this figure. This is a picture of the roles and models of the proposed model. Roles include a task publisher, the blockchain consensus committee, and the trainers. This is a more detailed process. We can see that the task publisher sends a training task to the committee, and after achieving a consensus in the blockchain consensus committee generates and stores a task block after training. Then the committee sends the task block to the trainers. Trainers train local models based on task block information and local data. They send local model parameters to the blockchain consensus committee after committing the training. And the committee validates the local model parameters sent by the trainers, generates local model blocks for each trainer, and stores them in the blockchain. Finally, the task publisher obtains a local model parameter blocks from the blockchain and then generates the global model based on them by using the rule. This work is based on a Byzantine environment where trainers are set to upload local model parameters for aggregation, and the experiments environment the accuracy of softmax training task with a dataset using MIST, and these 9 representative methods are selected for comparison. From this table, we can see that the proposed model has higher accuracy than its peers under all 4 attacks. And from this table, we can see that except for the sample duplicating attack, the proposed model outperforms well with high accuracy in all cases under sample duplicating attack. Thus, the proposed method is generally more robust. From this table, we can see, except for the sample duplicating attack, the proposed model outperforms well with high accuracy in all cases under it. Thus, in this nodal distribution, the method we propose is generally good. From these 2 papers, we can see the performance of geometric median is slightly better than the median, but the accuracy is very low. CC and SCC perform poorly under attacks, while FABA and the proposed method have advantages in all cases, where the accuracy of the model aggregation is higher than that of all other methods. Therefore, overall, the proposed model is the best among them. And from these two tables, we can see that in this node distribution, both FABA and the proposed method have high accuracy under all attacks, while the proposed method overall has higher accuracy, making it the optimal one. The last section is the conclusions. To solve the problem of poisoning attacks in federated learning, this work proposes a method that combines federated learning with broad chain to improve the security and the efficiency of model training. And the results show that the proposed model has high effectiveness and in defending against poisoning attacks, thereby improving model accuracy. Thank you for your support and guidance. That's all.
Thank you. Do we have any
thank you.
questions from the room? How about from Zoom land? Who has questions for Fuya from Zoomland? Anybody on Zoom? I have one about the auditing and transparency for federated learning. We heard yesterday in one of the sessions using blockchain to support auditing and transparency in federated learning, and I wonder how your proposed model might work in that setting.
Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, I don't have the information on that specific topic right now. But I will be very happy to look in it and follow up later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Last call for questions for Fuya. All right, last round of applause for Zufuya. Next scheduled presentation is Threat Responder, Dynamic Markov-based defense mechanism for real-time cyber threats. This is from the team at Zhejiang University of Technology. Zhu Xiling, Chen Tieming, Song Kuijie, Lu Yiheng, or Sang Yulin. Do we have any of that team online? Anyone from the Zhejiang University of Technology on Threat Responder? Well, hearing none, we'll keep going. Let me just make a little note and we'll ask again at the end. Okay, so the next scheduled presentation is Social Media Threat Intelligence, a framework for collecting and categorizing threat-related data. And this is from the team at Zayed University and Cyberdome, Cyber Threat Intelligence Division. Victor, I see you
Yes, sir.
online. It's nice to see you. Great. Thank you, Victor.
day, sir.
I'll turn it over to you. We don't have your presentation on recording, right? You're going to broadcast over Zoom?
Yeah, I'm going to present over Zoom, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Give me a minute. You see my screen now? Hello?
We can.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I am by name Victor Boju from Cyberdome, Nigeria. And today I'll be presenting our research on social media threat intelligence, a framework for collecting and categorizing threat-related data. Now, this research was co-authored by Haula Galadima and Dr. Richard Ikweson. Going forward, here's a quick overview of what the whole research is about, where I'm going to move from the introduction session, then a brief talk on problem statements, then we'll move to the proposed framework. From there, we head to the methodology, then we talk about the result and performance, then comparative analysis with other models, talk about the implication, and then the conclusion of the research. So moving forward, threat intelligence is all about collecting, processing, and analyzing data to understand potential security loopholes in a given chunk of data or a given data set. Now, sources where we can get this from our social media platforms and then the web twin, which includes the dark web and the surface web, and then we can get them from open source intelligence, so which is OSINT. Now, what's the need for threat intelligence? Now, there are emerging threats like it's increasing exponentially over the years, and then we need real-time monitoring so that we can curb and reduce security issues from these chunks of data and then make sense from them. And then finally, why do we need threat intelligence? Now, this is to help us prevent and mitigate threats. So this study, we develop a systematic framework that can help us categorize threats into given context. So here is the problem statement. Now, challenges faced by traditional methods are there are large volumes of data which give birth to the big data, all those stuff like that. And then misinformation can be spread easily through social media. And then so it gives rise to many false positives and the rest. So in existing solutions that we analyzed, we found out that most of these solutions still use manual analysis, or they use limited keywords for their searches, or they lack comprehensive data sets. Now, to address this, we want to create a scalable and efficient framework for threat detection. Now, here is the framework where we collect data, then we pass through the process of pre-processing, where we filter and then pre-process these feeds that we got from social media. Then moving on to data reduction, where we remove redundancies and then we remove stopwords. And then here, we also handle false alarms so that it will reduce false positives before moving on to our KIV model. Now moving on, you get a bigger picture while we move on in the presentation. So this is the methodology. We collect data using APIs and bots and manually from X, Facebook, and Telegram. Now in the processing phase, we filter, we clean, and then we did keyword extraction to remove irrelevant data. Then moving on to keyword selection, where relevant, specific, and frequency determine importance of keywords used. You will get more understanding on all this stuff as we move forward. Then we made use of keyword weighting, where we place priority on certain keywords over another. And then the categorization method is done by our KIV model. So data was collected from platforms such as X and Telegram. We did this manually and we also automated some process. So using our keywords, we were able to gather 2,500 posts. And then we clean this data, filter it, and then perform other data analysis functions on the data. Then moving on to the keyword selection and weighting. Now we selected keywords based on relevance, specificity, and frequency. Now based on our target, we focused more on Nigeria here. So Nigeria was the basis in which we selected our keywords. Then the weighting is done by the severity of these particular keywords. So we placed a high priority on imminent danger, let's say bomb blast, kidnapping, and then a less priority on online fraud. Then weighted keywords are then imminent danger, you can see here, imminent danger, we place a high priority on it, and then financial fraud, a medium rating. So here is an overview. I don't know if you can see this clearly. Here is an overview of the operational framework of the whole framework. Now our model is based on Rubata, is a Rubata based model. Now we choose Rubata because it allows flexibility for choosing context without being biased. And then for the process is categorized by the KIV model. And then these categories are based on the top five, based on the top five issues we face in the country, which include banking fraud, generalize the context into banking fraud, phishing, online scam, identity theft, and data breach. So as you can see here, the information after pre-processing is being passed into the KIV model, where the KIV model now categorize this information gotten from social media into one of these categories, and then is then outputted for further classification or maybe into threat intelligence platforms and all. So moving on to the results, the model performed extremely well beyond our expectations, I must say. So here we see the accuracy of the model is 85%, the recall is 86.1, the precision 84, and then the F1 score in total was 85.2. The model was accurate enough to capture imminent danger after testing, and then we have high values also for terrorism, which are placed in high priorities when it comes to threats. So moving on, we compare the KIV model to other models, which are logistics regression and naive bias, and then the KIV model performed extremely well and had in all the matrices, the KIV model came up with a huge gap, I must say. Then what are the implications now of this research? Now, this research enables real-time threat detection, aiding decision-making to present threat intelligence platform, that's practitioners. And then for research, it enhances social media-based threat intelligence with scalable and adaptable solutions. And then for future research, focus more on multimedia because this research was carried out majorly on text. We didn't scale to processing pictures, videos, audios, PDFs, and other documents. So in conclusion, we developed a robust and scalable framework for collecting and categorizing threat-related data. And then it has high accuracy in detecting threats and classifying it. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'm happy to receive any question if you have any.
Thank you, Victor.
You're welcome.
Questions from the room? Very quiet. Questions from the Zoom? Well, I have a question. I guess this is becoming a custom now. But in any case, Victor, the motivation that you described for looking at imminent danger and online fraud, you mentioned that you looked at the most critical issues in Nigeria. I'm curious as to how that compares with other countries. How generalizable do you think this is in particular?
Okay, the KIV model is adoptable. So if it's going to be adopted by another country now, we can change the training data sets and then place priorities on the problems affecting that particular country. So the KIV model is the powerhouse of this whole framework, and changes can be made to it if priorities are placed on other things affecting the country or the organization. Then we can do that, make those changes to the KVI model.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
You understand?
Yeah, thank you. I have one more question about labeling. How did you label the known sort of so when you did your test, not on your training data, but on your testing data, how did you label matches? Was that manual or automated?
It was manual. That is why the data set is not so
That's a lot of
large.
work, yeah. That
Yeah,
makes
it's a
sense.
lot of work.
Great.
I
Any
did it
other
manually.
question? Thanks, Victor. This is very interesting work.
You're welcome.
Any other
Welcome.
questions for Victor? Going once? Going twice?
Mhm.
One last round of applause. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
All right, next on our scheduled agenda. Oh, it looks like we have a locked computer here. I don't know how much that matters because I don't think we have recordings for the remainder. So, but thanks. Yeah, I might as well, I suppose. Thank you. While we're doing that, I have the next presentation. Thanks. Is BGETC. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I went too far. That's coming up in a minute. The next one that, if I read this properly, is a comprehensive survey on basic safety message attacks and their detection. University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. We have Ahmed Mohammed and Mengjun Zi, University of Tennessee at Chattanooga.
Yes, we are here.
Ahmed Mohammed, I hear you. Great. Can you please enable your camera? And I'll stay here to make sure that we can see your screen as well.
I believe you have recording. I can present as well, but
Oh, you have the recording. Is that right? Oh, I see it.
Hello?
Yes,
Yeah.
I see it. Okay, my mistake. I guess it's good that you did unlock the computer. Yeah, see? Fantastic. Yes, I see it. And thank you. It's good to see you, Ahmed. I'm going to play this if it will let me. I see the video. We need to switch over, I think, to the laptop.
Me and Dr. Mongjin Xie, we have conducted a comprehensive survey on basic safety message attacks and their detection. This is the outline of this presentation. Vehicular ad hoc networks are key to cooperative, intelligent transportation systems. They enhance road safety and traffic efficiency. Basic safety messages are periodically broadcasted by vehicles. They contain critical data like position, speed, and direction. The problem is that BSMs are vulnerable to security attacks, which could lead to accidents or traffic manipulation. The goal of this paper is to conduct a comprehensive analysis of BSM security threats and defense mechanisms. VAN is archive of vehicle networks that enable vehicle-to-vehicle communication and vehicle-to-infrastructure communication. VANs consist of three core components: onboard units, which are small network devices installed on vehicles to enable direct communications, and then roadside units, which are stationary units that extend communication range and provide network services like traffic lights, E-Note-B, etc. And then certificate authorities, which are responsible for issuing pseudonyms for vehicles and ensuring privacy and keeping track of real identities. BSMs are broadcasted 10 times per second, and they share essential kinematic data with surrounding vehicles. BSM messages consist of two parts. Part one is mandatory, and it includes kinematic information such as position, speed, heading, and acceleration. And part two is optional, and it contains additional data like path history, path prediction, and vehicle component information. And basic safety messages are unencrypted, which make them vulnerable for attacks and tampering. This is a sample PSM trace. It contains the message ID, the ID of the vehicles, the kinematic information, the time, and these are additional fields, including part 1 fields and part 2 fields. Next, we're going to see different categories of PSM attacks. One category is basic single value falsification attacks, like the constant position attack, random position attack, in which vehicles send either fixed position or random position, or constant position offset, in which vehicles add an offset to each message. Then there's cyber attacks, in which the vehicles abuse the pseudonyms, and a vehicle creates multiple ghost vehicles to manipulate traffic or overwhelm the system. There's time-related attack, and like tail messages attack, in which legitimate BSMs are sent with a delay, or replay attack, in which a car keeps replaying messages. There's denial of service attack, in which messages are sent at higher frequency to overwhelm the network. There's event-based attack, like the eventual stop attack, and there's sophisticated attack like the six-pack attack, which is a more advanced position falsification attack. Some of the instrumental contribution in the literature for PSM attacks are Verimi dataset, which is the first open source dataset for PSM attack simulation. It includes 5 position falsification attacks, and it was widely used for developing and testing misbehavior detection systems. Then there's F2MD, which is framework for misbehavior detection, which extends Verimi with global authority system, and it facilitates the implementation of misbehavior detection systems and attacks. Another newer framework is VASP, which is V2X application spoofing platform. It contains 68 PSM falsification attacks, and it introduces specific attacks on BSM applications like EEPL and IMA, which are 2 of the BSM applications. And it was built to enhance attack variety and the complexity for research. And the six-pack attack is a sophisticated position falsification attack in which a vehicle fakes a stop, then it fakes acceleration to evade detection. Going to the defense mechanisms, they can be categorized into 4 major categories: machine learning-based defenses, deep learning-based defenses, plausibility check-based, and SDM-based defenses. They can be seen on the graph to the right. All of the defenses found on the literature. Machine learning based methods and deep learning based methods are very similar. The machine learning methods key characteristics are that they use classic ML models like SVM, KNN, decision trees, random forest, and naive Bayes, and they are trained on datasets like Pyramid to distinguish between normal and malicious behavior. They are popular due to the ability to learn complex patterns and to adapt to new attacks and to achieve high accuracy. Their limitation, however, include the high computational resource demand for real-time vehicular systems, and that they are sensitive to noisy and incomplete data and may require continuous training for new attacks. And deep learning methods are very similar to machine learning methods. The main difference is that they leverage deep learning methods like CNN, RNN, LSTMs, and autoencoders, and they're excellent at capturing complex nonlinear relationship and data, but their limitation also is that they're computationally expensive and data hungry, and they are difficult to deploy in vehicular environments because of the resource constraint. Then there's plausibility checks systems. Plausibility checks are predefined checks that are conducted on received PSMs to verify consistency. They evaluate data from a single or consecutive basic safety messages, and they compare the reported information with the expected values. And they are suitable for real-time application because of the rapid execution of the checks, and they work well with machine learning methods to improve accuracy. However, their limitation is that they struggle with more complex and subtle attacks. Then the last category is SDN-based systems, which their key characteristic is that they are introduced to overcome violent challenges like the dynamic topology and the high mobility, and they provide centralized control and programmability, which allows for adaptive, context-aware security measures. They also offer efficient monitoring and management with a global network view. Their challenges is that they are complex in their architectural realization and the potential communication overhead from frequent interaction between SDN controllers. Coming to challenges and future direction, the challenges exhibited on this field are the trade-off between complex models and real-time performance is not well explored, especially for resource-limited vehicular systems, and that sophisticated attack can evade current detection model. And data reliability is also a concern because malfunctioning sensor and malicious vehicle and noisy data can degrade the performance. And there's also scalability issues, and there's also dataset limitation because that's a public dataset may not reflect real-world conditions. The recommendation for future directions of this field are to enhance the simulation frameworks by developing frameworks that simulate real-world constraints and support PSM applications. And there's also need for sophisticated attack development, and improved data handling is a must in the future to address reliability issue. And research should also focus on how to effectively revoke certificates of misbehaving vehicle and prevent network re-entry. So in summary, PSMs play a critical role in vehicle safety, but they are highly vulnerable to attacks. And a range of defense mechanisms exist, but challenges remain in scalability, real-time implementation, and accuracy. And that future work should focus on advancing simulation frameworks and focusing on sophisticated attacks and defenses. And this work was supported in part by the National Science Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed. Any questions from the room? I can't be the only one asking questions. Come on. How about from Zoom? I don't hear any questions from Zoom. I think you covered this, Ahmed, but I missed this. What basic safety message use cases are you most concerned about? You know, these attacks, what do they disrupt that you're most concerned about?
So the main idea of basic safety messages is to enhance the safety of the streets and to make the vehicles make decisions based on information received from other vehicles. One of the biggest concerns is that if this was realized in the future, that vehicle could tamper with the decision making of other vehicles, and that might be, if targeted well enough, that might lead to accidents and catastrophic results.
Yeah, that sounds quite troublesome. I agree.
Yeah, and because the messages themselves are not encrypted because they are shared 10 times per second, and encryption can cause an overhead in the processing speed. This could be a really big safety concern.
Yeah. Are these attack detection mechanisms deployed in the field, or are they sort of theoretical, still in the lab?
Most of this work is still heavily simulation based, even though I know that several experiments have been deployed. Even an experiment was deployed by the US Department of Transportation from 2015 till 2021. They deployed vehicles on 3 cities with capabilities of connected vehicles and exchanging informations, but most of the details and the specific implementations of the misbehavior detection systems is still in the simulation phase right now.
Yeah, it sounds like very important work. Thank you. Thank you. Any last
welcome.
questions for Ahmed? No. Well, thanks again.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up, I almost let you cut in line, but not yet. Now it's your turn. Is BGETC, BGETC, an encrypted traffic classification method based on BERT and GRU from Xinjiang University. There's a team. Let's see, we've got Yang Zhao Tong, Luktarhan Nurbal, Meng Yi, Mei Yihe, and Zhao Guodong. I see Guodong Zhao on Zoom.
Here.
Oh, and
Can
we
you hear
have
me? Can you please record video, please?
oh, okay,
Thank
we
you.
have a video. I see it. Yes, 1 second.
Made Yang Xiaopeng, and I'm pleased to present our research on BGDC, an encrypted traffic classification method based on BERT and GRU. Firstly, I will introduce background and our motivation for this research. After understanding the background of the motivation, I will present our innovative system that overview of BGDC framework. Next, to assess the performance of our system, we conducted a comprehensive experimental and evolutionary. Finally, we will list our conclusion and key reference. Encrypted traffic classification involve identify specific application or service by analyzing network traffic patterns even when they are incorporated. In recent years, the classification of incorporated traffic has become increasingly important for ensuring network security. While existing methods have achieved advanced performance, they often rarely still able for pre-training and fine-tuning, neglecting the temporal feature in traffic data. Our proposed method BGTC stands for BERT and GIO-based encrypted traffic classification. It addresses the limitation of previous models by incorporating both semantic and temporal filter. Fig 1 illustrates our framework. The D2 token method transforms encrypted traffic into token units for pre-training. During the pre-training phase, Porter learns a general representation of encrypted traffic from a large amount of unlabeled data. In the fine-tuning stage, the model uses a small amount of labeled data with GIU capturing the temporal dependence to classify incorporated traffic accurately. This is fine-tuned dataset to assess the effectiveness and generalizable of BGTC. We conducted experiments on 3 datasets across 4 incorporated traffic classification tests. The tests and corresponding datasets are shown in Table 1. We conducted extensive experiments to evaluate the performance of BGTC. As shown in Tables 2, our model achieved impressive results across all datasets, including high accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 scores. The broad phase across denotes the best results achieved, which proves the superiority of GIU model in supplementing the temporal filter at the BERT output layer. To demonstrates the impact of different GIU layers on our model's performance. Where fixed rate shows the effect of BERT model size and GIU model on classification effectiveness. Conclusion. We presented a BERT and GIU-based BGTC model designed to enhance the performance of incorporated traffic classification. The model achieved accurate classification of encrypted traffic in multiple scenarios. Our model achieves excellent results on all 3 public data sets, comprehensively evaluating the generalizable and robustness of BGTC. This is the main reference. Thanks for listening. For further information, please contact Professor Norbli at norbli.xgu.edu.cn. I will now open any questions you may have.
Thanks. Thanks, Xiaotong. Would you be able to turn on your camera? Though I like the snowboarding pic. That's cool. Oh, I think we have a question maybe in chat. Oh, I think this is a legacy from maybe the previous recording. Sorry about that. Oh, good to see you, Santo. Sorry about that. Hopefully everyone can see the presentations. Were you just let's start with that. Were you able to see the presentation, the recording on Zoom just now?
I can hear you.
Were you able to see the recording as well?
Well, no, I can hear you.
Sorry, let me ask again. Were you able to see your video? Was anyone on Zoom able to see the video that we just played? I see Lin Liu says no. Sorry about that. I think
Yeah,
maybe
it
we
was
need to
focused on the podium.
share. And can I share from? Am I in Zoom on this one? I don't think so. Maybe we can move the camera to the main screen. It might work. Okay, we'll troubleshoot that for the next one. Sorry about that.
Now it's working.
Now you can see the video.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so we'll get that fixed for next time. Sorry once more for that. Okay, so back to Xiaotong. Questions about the presentation, the video that we just saw on BGETC, the encrypted traffic classification method. Questions from Zoom? Well, I have a question beyond just the functionality stuff. The classification of encrypted communication, encrypted traffic. I think I missed it. We're classifying into how many different buckets? How many different types are we classifying into?
Some classification 12, and some classification 120 in different data sets.
Okay. And is it generally malicious and like attacker traffic and normal traffic, or is there some other sort of big category that we're classifying into?
We we use 3 open resource dataset. In this dataset, some data is 12 classification, and some dataset has 120 tabs.
Oh, okay. So the method is it doesn't care how many types, it's just to classify into anything. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand. Any other
Thank you
questions?
very much.
Yeah, any other questions for Xiaotong? No. Okay, one last round of applause for Ying Xiaotong. Thank you. Thanks again. Oh, we have a message in
Thank
chat.
you.
Let's see. Oh, that's a legacy from the video, the Zoom broadcast. Okay, sorry about that. Let me go back to the schedule. We have ANGSL up next. Graph-based Android malware detection method. From the team at Xinjiang University. Who do we have from Xinjiang? I think Zhao Guodong is, you're on the list of publishers. Are you presenting this one?
Yes, yes. Can you play previously submitted videos?
Oh, okay, great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, let me find it here. Let's see, ANGSL. Graph-based. I'm not seeing it. Let's keep looking. I don't see it. Do you have the video on? This isn't it, I don't think. Do you have the video on your machine there? Maybe you can share the video over the Zoom.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you. And we can make sure everybody on Zoom will be able to see it this way. That's one less problem to solve, at least for this one. We see it. Great. We cannot hear it though. You may already know this, but there's an advanced sharing setting within Zoom that allows you to share your computer sound. We still cannot hear it. At least I can't. Maybe is anybody on Zoom able to hear it?
No, we can't.
Okay, so if you go back to the sharing options within Zoom, and then go to advanced. Still no sound. Pause it for 1 second. Yep. Open up your Zoom controls. And there should be the share button. There should be an advanced option. And then you can click a share sound, share computer sound. I thought we avoided one problem, but maybe we've created another. This is the way of life, I think. Sagodong, we don't have anything coming from your end. If you'd like to resend the video, we can try sharing it again, and maybe you resend the video, and we can try to get it uploaded here by the end of the session, or maybe into the next session. But I think you should be able to share. You just need to enable the sound.
Wait a minute, I try again.
Okay, thank you. We can hear now,
Okay.
I think.
Well,
Yes, we've got it.
Okay, essential
Thanks.
Consulting for research. Malware detection with malware is exploiting traditional detection methods while effective to some extent. Limitations in addressing external connection and often require significant pre-processing when using graph structures of malware detection. In this presentation, we will choose through our model GSL, which is designed to overcome these limitations by optimizing the graph structure used for detecting Android malware. This is simultaneous. Seeing approaches to Android malware detection primarily focus on Android detection involving the external connection Applications can provide crucial information about malware behavior. Therefore, when graph structures are used in detecting, substantial amount of pre-processing is required to identify and automate this process can be resource intensive and inefficient, which is when our proposed model GSL comes in. Further GSL model. Now let's take a closer look at the Android GSL model. The process begins by completing the draw application to extract of initial graph structure, which represents the relationships between different components of the app. Next, the graph structure optimizer is applied to this graph to simplify it by removing redundant edges and unnecessary complexity. Next, into a classifier whether the application is malware or source process, feature extraction, and graph optimization allows us to reduce the complexity while retaining the most relevant information for accuracy, malware, and detection. The innovation in Android GSL lies in its graph structure optimization, which is extracting the initial graph structure. Optimizer comes into play. Optimizer has two main components. First, real measure. When the origin graph and diffusion matching of the graph to obtain the view. Second, input view into graph stage and LP subgraphs to obtain an optimized view. And third, then the interaction instruction. Use an encoder based on graph stage neural network to generate embedding matrix of harmful views. Calculate the interaction graph to embedding matrix of the interaction information in different information in the two graphs and obtain more information. Use global average polling as the graph readout to obtain information from each graph. And finally, use dovetail fusion to fuse the two vectors to obtain the finally embedding vector. This is the results. To evaluate the effectiveness of the average SR model, we conducted a series of experiments. Table 1 outlines the configuration of our neural network, which consisted of 2 layers, and we experimented with different numbers of further frequencies. Our experiments showed that when the number of layers was set to 2 and 10% of errors were used, the overall performance was achieved. This iteration yielded an accuracy of 98.24% and the AUC score of 99.3%. Next, let's discuss the results of our experiments. Table 2 provides some precision of our method with existing error malware detection techniques. As you can see, RGSL outperforms other models in terms of both accuracy and accuracy. This improvement is primarily due to the optimization process, which simplifies the graph structure without compressing important information. The optimized graph structure allows the classifier to better distinguish between benign and malicious acts. Particularly, focusing on further captures behaviors that are often traditional methods, further enhancing its ability to detect malware. In conclusion, we have introduced RGSL graph-based model for hardware malware detection that addresses key limitations in current approaches, like optimizing graph structures and restoration external functions. GSL is superior performance in detecting hardware malware. Experimental results demonstrate significant improvements in both accuracy and AUC to external methods. These results highlight the potential of graph-based models in enhancing security and the detection of complex malware. Thank you for your listening. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Additionally, for information, feel free to contact us or me.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the time, and I don't think we'll have time for questions for the remaining presentations. We have 5 or 6 more and only 20 minutes. So I think we need to move briskly to the next one. Sorry about that, Zhabodong, but thank you once more. Next on the list, actually looks like we had double booked Auto TFCE, which we had on the 3rd on the list, and also now is number 10 on the list. So maybe we'll give a chance for that team from Sichuan University to present Auto TFCE. Do we have anybody from the team at Sichuan here for Auto TFCE? I'm not hearing anyone. Can you scroll up just to make sure we don't have somebody trying to speak? No, I guess not. Okay. All right. Well, we'll move to the next one then. MSP, a zero latency lightweight website fingerprinting defense for Tor network. From the team at Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
So I play online or play a video.
You sent it in, or you'll play it on Zoom? Our computer's locked over. Oh, okay, that will work. Would you mind putting your camera on as well?
No, okay.
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
Now I will start my presentation.
Great.
Good morning. I'm here to present our work. Paper is of 偏波路倾盘验方理的加子式。We are of Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications. Tor is currently the most popular anonymous communication system. It protects users' privacy by using multiple layers of encryption and relaying techniques. But if there are third parties who can watch user communications, they can still conduct traffic and basis attacks to threaten user privacy. One such attack is called website fingerprinting, and this slide shows its threat model. So basically, attacker visits a specific website in a controlled environment and collects the resulting traffic traces. Each trace consists of a sequence of data packets, which are categorized into two directions, incoming and outgoing. By analyzing the features of these traces, the attacker trains a classifier to match traffic traces with website labels. Finally, the attacker captures the traffic of the targeted user and uses the trained classifier to figure out whether the user has visited the specific websites. With the application of machine learning, the construction of website fingerprinting attack has been integrated into the process of training classifiers. In recent years, some researchers have been utilizing deep learning to directly classify the raw features of encrypted traffic. It is really ineffective in the face of deep learning-based website fingerprinting attacks. Researchers have come up with many defenses. Typically, these defenses obfuscate encrypted traffic by buffer packets, adding virtual packets, or combining traffic from two sites into a single super sequence. The main problems with the currently prominent defense schemes based reasonable assumptions. Some defense schemes assume that the defenders track each of the loading patterns of each web page. Second, inability to balance defense effectiveness and overtime. Classical website fingerprinting defense models, which do not incur significant overhead,
but perform poorly against deep learning-based website fingerprinting attacks. To address this situation, we propose a novel traffic padding algorithm called multiple sample padding (MSP). It operates on bursts, comparing the burst sizes of multiple traffic sequences with real traffic, and selects the largest burst as the number of packets to be sent in the current transmission. In the figure, N denotes the number of burst sequences each small circle presents the data packet with AND and subtract, indicating the direction of traffic and signifies incoming traffic, while subtract represents outgoing traffic. It is an example that N equals to 2, and it is assumed that there is a real sequence trace and two burst sequences. MSP is a finely filled sequence for each direction. The sequence with the largest number in that direction is selected to fill to MSP. Due to the uncertainty of the actual sequence length, the length of the generated traffic sequence may be longer. In MSP, to reduce bandwidth consumption, the model stops adding retrieval packets after the page is fully loaded. However, it is found in our experiment that after page loading is completed, sending retrieval packets to simulate the communication can also achieve good defense effect. Therefore, changing the web page loading status based on MSP will still set the longest traffic sequence until the end. Here is the result of our defense. If increases, it means that the number of traffic sequences compared to MSP increases. It can be seen from figures that with the gradual increase of the accuracy of DF attack decreases, while the bandwidth consumption increases. Table illustrates the comparison results between the defense scheme we proposed and the other classical website fingerprinting defense schemes. MSP can significantly reduce the accuracy of DF attacks and achieve zero latency within acceptable bandwidth overhead. Here is the result of our practicality analysis and information leakage analysis. The left figures here show the defense performance and the bandwidth of two schemes we proposed on different dataset. Dataset 1 is the largest dataset called website fingerprint. To date, dataset 2 includes 100 websites, each of which collected 90 traffic sequences. In this paper, we use a classical way to extract 3,039 features from the original dataset without defense and with MSP defense. The information leakage of corresponding features is analyzed as shown in right figure. It can be seen that the data without defense leaks more information and the maximum is close to 4 bits. Here we have reached the conclusion of my presentation. In short, MSP is an effective defense. It is zero delay, efficient against deep learning-based website fingerprint attack. Upon MSP, we explore the impact of adding retrieval packets after web page loading. Both the schemes perform stably under different datasets and have strong practicability. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Yanfeng Li. Again, we don't have time for questions, but it's nice to see your presentation. It's very interesting work. One more round of applause. Thanks once more. Next up, we have an IP anti-geolocation method based on constructed landmarks. This is from there's a couple of different universities it looks like represented here, but Information Engineering University, Henan Key Laboratory of Cyberspace Situation Awareness, and Zhongguan Kun Laboratory. Do we have anybody from the team with an IP anti-geolocation method? Luan Chang, Ding Xichang, Yang Chanfang, Gong Daofu, Li Rixang, Zhu Kaiji, Lu Jiangyang. Luo Zhang. Sorry, Luo Zhangyang. Sorry. Anybody from the team there? Oh, I see Anchang Lu.
Hello?
Yes, we
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Yeah, could you please play your video?
Yes, I think I see it here. I have it on the computer. Just 1 second and we'll switch it over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can we broadcast in Zoom as well? You got it?
Firstly, I will
Organizers and experts. I'm Luan Shang from Information Engineering University, and I'm honored to participate in this conference and share our paper. Due to some reasons, we are unable to participate in the conference on-site, and we are grateful to the organizers for providing the Zoom meeting. The title of our paper is an IP anti-geolocation method based on constructed landmarks. In my presentation, I will introduce our work through the 5 aspects mentioned above. IP geolocation is a technique that determines the location of an internet device through its IP address. The technique can be classified into 3 categories. Currently, the geolocation based on network measurement has already possessed the ability of street-level geolocation, which has the geolocation error in the order of several kilometers or even hundreds of meters. However, an important issue that has not received enough attention is the potential misuse of fine-grained IP geolocation technologies by cyber attackers. Once the precise location of some important device is leaked, the owner of the devices may incur various losses. Thus, IP anti-geolocation techniques emerged. It can keep the target IP safe by increasing the geolocation error. It's an effective means to decrease the loss of the misuse of IP geolocation. Existing IP anti-geolocation methods can be broadly classified into 2 categories. One is hiding the IP address of target device, such as through the use of VPN. The other is misleading geolocation algorithms by modifying the response delay of target IP. These methods can effectively increase the geolocation error to thousands of kilometers and are also a great inspiration for researchers. However, a significant number of devices are not applicable for VPN because they need to provide stable services. And when the owners protect their devices by modifying the response delay, there will be a huge gap between the geolocation result and the prior information. And it will be a queue to attackers that the geolocation is distracted and cause unwanted attention. So here comes our research goal. To solve the problem above, our paper proposed an IP anti-geolocation method based on constructed landmarks, which is more imperceptible for attackers. Landmarks are IPs with known location. It's the foundation and crucial elements of IP geolocation based on network measurements. Web landmarks are web pages with annotated location. In a similar vein, constructed landmark is a web page generated and deployed by the target IP owner. We also proposed a standardized process of constructed landmark generation. By analyzing the prop data of landmarks and target IP, the algorithms can give the geolocation result. By deploying constructed landmarks near the target IP, this method introduces wrong location data into the landmark information collected by attackers. Taking the classic SLG algorithm as an example, it discovers landmarks near the target and outputs the position of the nearest landmark as the geolocation result. When the constructed landmarks are deployed, there is a high probability that the algorithm will estimate the target position as the annotated location of the constructed landmarks. To evaluate the effectiveness of our method, we did our experiment in Shanghai, China. In our experiment, we have 156 targets and 1,388 landmarks. After got the prop data, we utilized street-level algorithm to get the geolocation result with raw error. Afterwards, we applied our method and changed the deployment location of the constructed landmarks for 3 times. For each time, we recorded the geolocation errors twice. We analyzed the 7 groups of error to evaluate the method. Initially, the geolocation result shows that the mean error was 6 km and the median error was 3.8 km. As the table and figure show, we can see that our method has increased the error successfully and has reduced the risk of location leakage of the targets. However, the performance of our method was not set in stone. It's obvious that there is more geolocation results were disturbed by constructed landmark in the 3rd and 4th round. Otherwise, the percentage of times the geolocation algorithm used the annotated location of constructed landmark is higher. To figure out the phenomenon, we repeat our experiment several times. We found that as the number of hops between the target and constructed landmark increases, the performance of our method goes worse. When the distance reaches 3 hops and above, the method is hardly effective. Based on the knowledge above, we kept the distance within 2 hops and found the mean error and the median error have increased above 26 km. In our paper, we proposed an IP anti-geolocation method based on constructed landmarks. One keeps the distance between the target and constructed landmark within 2 hops. Our method can confronting part of street-level IP geolocation effectively. However, we assume that the cyber attacker is unaware that we have protected the target IP beforehand, which is one of the questions that we'll study in the future. Furthermore, in the following research, we will further optimize the IP anti-geolocation method and propose an IP anti-geolocation framework, which is effective for algorithms of various precision to make it more difficult for cyber attackers to detect. In the end, I want to thank all my research partners and much thanks to Professor Luo Xiangyang and Ding Shichang, who guided and helped me a lot. Also, our team are grateful to the conference organizers who provide the stage for us to share our study. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Anshang Lu. That was real. I have like 5 questions I want to ask, but unfortunately, we don't have the time for it. In fact, we're over time, and I think we need to move the remainder of the presentations from this session into the next session because I think we need a brief break. So we'll resume in about 10 minutes. We'll try to keep the start of the next session on time at local Croatian time, 16:15 or 4:15 in the afternoon, according to this clock. That doesn't show on that clock, but oh yes, it does. It's 04. I misread it. Okay, thanks. Please hang fast for all those who are from the previous session that we're just concluding now. We'll catch up with you in just a few minutes. Thanks much for everybody online and for in the room. See you soon.
Okay. So, hello everybody. Today we have a huge audience, so it will be interesting. So I'll be the host of this session, generative AI and emerging threats. The first presentation is called Pixel Level Face Correction Test for More Generalized Deepfake Detection by Beijing University. If anybody is here in Zoom. And I don't see anybody from this presentation, but we have a video, so I'll play that. Okay. So the next paper. First, we'll hear the presentation from people that are here. So the next paper should be Securing Social Relationships, an algorithm for privacy preservation targeting vulnerable nodes of social networks. Hebei University. Is anybody here? Okay. Okay, we'll wait a few more minutes. Maybe somebody will connect. Okay, so 4:30 we will start the session.
Evo ja sam ali moramo, imamo visoke kriterije. Nemamo svi, samo mi kliki. Određeni dijelovi ove grupe. Malo se mogu očistiti. Malo dalje, možeš nešto Što ćeš ti na svaku ispred? Pa super, baš na situaciju. Samo ćemo baš malo odreda. Hvala Boga. Kako da mirila, vidiš što mi je ovo, vidiš? Ajde ovaj. Evo, super. Super. Svi gledaj. Ajde, što ću učiniti? Hvala. I nešto kako ili smo dajte. Aha, sad da online sestre da došli. Da. Ne vidi se. Da. Ne može. Jesam. Znači,
Michael Joseph. Olha. Vamos ver. Olha.
Okay. So it's 4:30. We can start the next session, generative AI and emerging threats. The first presentation is called Pixel Level Face Correction Task for More Generalized Deepfake Detection from Beijing University. Is anybody here from Beijing University on Zoom?
Hello.
Hello.
Could you please play our video?
Yes, of course. Just a second.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. I'm glad to present our pixel level face correction tab for more generalized defect detection. Deepfakes are multimedia content manipulated using advanced artificial intelligence techniques. This rise in deepfake technology poses significant risk, particularly in areas such as public safety, misinformation, and the integrity of online media. In the field of deepfake detection, leveraging deep learning methods to review hidden features of deepfakes has become mainstream. Although deep learning models have shown promising detection performance with deepfake method seen during training, they suffer a significant decline while generalizing to other unseen forgery datasets. To combat this, we propose a pixel lab face correction task, PFC. This self-supervised pre-training strategy introduces a novel approach to simulate the pixel lab manipulation common in deepfakes and challenges the model to correct such manipulation. Through this approach, models can leverage extensive genuine facial data for representation learning, and these pre-learned representations serve as the foundation for our deepfake detector. PFC reaches better generalization results with less fine-tuning consumption. We validate the efficacy of the proposed PFC task through extensive experiments and demonstrate the superiority of our method in enhancing defect detection. Our approach compromises two core components. Firstly, we introduce the concept of pixel-level face correction in the pre-training stage. Secondly, we outline how the PFC pre-trained model can be harnessed to effectively carry out defect detection tasks during the fine-tuning stage. Figure 1 provides an overview of a general workflow with detailed two-phase technical insights. The PFC task is achieved through a multi-step strategy. In the initial stage, we construct a pyramid of facial image at various resolution by downsampling the original image multiple times, yielding a collection of images. In step 2, we employ the deliberate distribution to randomly generate a mixing ratio. The generated ratio is subjected to maintaining the proportion of the specific resolution above some percentage, and we achieve that by controlling the concentration of the distribution. To further enhance the model's grasp of pixel-level facial features, we leverage a masked image modeling to train the representation learning model with authentic facial images, thereby training the feature encoder. Upon successfully performing the PFC task, we fine-tune the encoder FE obtained from the preceding steps as a binary classifier. And finally, we freeze the perimeter of the encoder in the inference phase to complete the entire defect detection. We compare our proposed method with current representative state-of-art approaches. Regarding intra-dataset evaluation, we evaluate our method on lightly compressed face forensics plus high-quality dataset and the SLAP-DF and the DFDC preview datasets. As shown in Table 1, for SLAP-DF and DFDC preview, our method achieves improvements and gets the best results in both datasets. Furthermore, we evaluate our method under the condition of heavy video compression. It is evident that the proposed method outperforms other methods for detecting the majority of deepfake techniques, even when subjected to heavy video compression. When considering the overall performance, our method approached best results regarding average accuracy. To evaluate the generalization ability of our method on unseen manipulation methods, we conducted a cross-dataset experiment by training our model on the FF++ high-quality dataset and evaluating its performance on the SLAP-DF and the DFDC preview test sets. The results are summarized in Table 3. Our method exhibits exceptional performance on the DFDC preview dataset, achieving an impressive arc of 79.46%. And to evaluate the effectiveness of our approach and visually illustrate the discrepancy-aware embeddings learned by the proposed method, we conduct ablation experiments and present the reconstruction results. To evaluate the effectiveness of the proposed PFC task, we conduct cross-dataset experiments on SLAP-DF and the DFDC preview datasets. The results presented in Table 4 reveal that our method outperforms the original MAE model regarding both accuracy and ARC scores for both datasets. Figure 2 illustrates the impact of the predominant ratio of a specific resolution during pixel-wise resolution blinding in PFC, and the ratio of 80% demonstrates both favorable ARC and accuracy scores. We have also presented the visualization of reconstructed faces in Figure 3. It becomes apparent that our method surpasses the original MAE in effectively reconstructing facial details. This observation implies a superior capability of our method in capturing subtle facial features, thus enhancing its potential for subsequent deepfake detection tasks. And in this paper, we introduce a pixel-level face correction task involving the pre-training of models through a multi-scale authentic facial reconstruction objective. Extensive experiments prove the effectiveness of our method for general face forgery detection. General models, in our case MAE, empowered by PFC, seamlessly navigate subsequent deepfake detection tasks. And furthermore, visualization demonstrates the great capabilities of our proposed method of learning discrepancy-aware representations that enhance subsequent deepfake detections. Thank you for listening, and feel free to contact us with any further questions.
So thank you for the great presentation. Any questions from the crowd? So no questions from the crowd. I will also skip the questions since we have 6 more presentations. Do we have any questions from the Zoom? It seems that we don't. Okay. In that case, we can continue on to the next presentation, titled Securing Social Relationships, an Algorithm for Privacy Preservation, Targeting Vulnerable Nodes of Social Networks, from Hebei University. Is anybody here on Zoom from Hebei University?
Hello everyone, I'm Shen Jiawei from Hebei University. Honored to be here at the 15th EAI ICDF2C conference. Today, I'll be presenting my research on securing social relationships, an algorithm for privacy preserving targeting vulnerable nodes of social networks. Part 1, the problem statement. Over the past 4 years, Facebook's monthly active users have grown approximately 270%. The growth in the number of users is bound to lead to a rapid increase in social relationships. The International Consumer Rights Day has reported that the privacy information of more than 30 users can be disclosed from an express web bill of a user. The major challenges we aim to address. The first is how to effectively protect user privacy by manipulating fewer friendship links. The second is how to achieve a trade-off between privacy and structural utility. The third is how to prevent newly added friendship links from becoming sensitive links. Part 2, the framework of our work. This is the basic flow of our method. Later, I will walk you through the methods in the framework in detail. Here, I introduce two important definitions that will be used in the following methods. The first is vulnerable nodes. Nodes that have a significant influence on the topological structure of social relationships and neighboring nodes are defined as vulnerable nodes. The second is sensitive links. In the context of our study, sensitive links refer to the friendship links of vulnerable nodes at level 1 and 2, which typically have large weight values that require removal or replacement with new friendship links. Part 3, data pre-processing. The social relationships of user UI can be represented as a column vector. Here, EIJ is 1 if UI and UJ are friends and 0 otherwise. These are collections that represent user attributes. WIJ is a degree of common attributes published by the two users. Part 4, find vulnerable nodes. To enhance the efficiency and utility of our method, it is necessary to first identify the vulnerable nodes in social networks, which have a significant influence on the social relationship structure and other nodes. S1 can mirror a node's influence on the social relationship structure. It explains the dynamic process during the structural change period. Please note that we need to use the social relationships X prime, whose target node and its friendship links have been removed. Furthermore, we set indicator S2 based on the MSR as a measure to estimate the impacts on other nodes after a node is tagged. To calculate this formula, a weight matrix W is required. This is an example of inferring sensitive attributes. Due to time constraints, the method of attacking sensitive information of nodes through the background knowledge will not be shown here. The relevant details are described in the paper. S is a comprehensive evaluation index, which is a ratio of S2 to S1. Part 5, PPVN algorithm. After identifying vulnerable nodes, sensitive links will be manipulated through algorithm 1 to balance privacy and structural utility. Here we set the weight as the privacy level threshold for friendship links. Friendship links in level 1 will be removed. Those in level 2 will be replaced by the new link with smallest theta, and the remaining belong to level 3, which are non-sensitive and retained. For the replacement index theta, it was constructed by common friends and weight between UI and UG. Please note that UI and UG are strangers. This diagram is an example of the aforementioned algorithm. Part 6, experimental analysis. Figure 2 illustrated the impact of removing friendship links on the structural utility and privacy of the 5 methods. These two figures shows that PPVN performs the best in maintaining the structural utility, as it removes only a fraction of the most sensitive links of vulnerable nodes. According to Figure 2C and 2D, PPVN outperforms S32 and GPPS in preserving privacy as more sensitive links are removed. As shown in Figure 3, PPVN reaches the best balance in privacy and utility. Removing OR is slightly inferior than PPVN because of its lower utility. The results demonstrate that classifying friendship links of vulnerable nodes based on users' demands is an effective way to balance user privacy and utility. To compare the number of manipulated links required by different methods, we plot the results of 3 methods in Figure 4 and found that as the demand for privacy increases, the number of manipulated links increases. However, PPVN constantly manipulates the fewest friendship links to achieve the same level of privacy protection. As shown in this table, only the PPVN has a linear time complexity, making it faster than the other 2 methods. Therefore, the PPVN achieves high efficiency in addition to higher privacy and utility for social relationships by manipulating vulnerable nodes. That's all. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions from the audience? Maybe from Zoom? Okay, I guess not. So we can move on to the next presentation under the title Evaluating and Extending Techniques for Fine-Grained Text Topic Prediction for Digital Forensic Data from University of Georgia, Augusta University, and yes, and that's all from those universities. Is anybody here? I guess the presenters are not here, but we do have a recording of that presentation. So I'll just play it.
I'm Khan. I'm going to present our paper titled Evaluating and Extending Techniques for Fine-Grained Text Topic Prediction for Digital Forensic Data. First of all, I'm going to discuss the motivation behind our work. Under the 4th Amendment to the United States Constitution, people enjoy privacy rights that restrict some types of investigations by law enforcement. The law enforcement authorities sometimes seek to gather evidence from the electronic text by investigating topics discussed in the text. The investigated topics are not limited to a single topic. In some cases, millions of texts need to be analyzed to infer which topics are being discussed. Machine learning classification algorithm will be handy in this regard. Typically, the machine learning classification algorithm requires training phase to train the model to perform the inference. However, to generate training data, human annotation is required. The law enforcement agency requires a technique that infers the multiple topics of a text without training. Motivated by this context, in this paper, we have presented the zero-shot pre-trained model, which can infer the topics of the unseen text. We have proposed a cluster-based approach that improves the performance of the zero-shot model. We have the following 4 contributions. We have formulated a machine learning problem based on the context of the digital forensic and legal issues surrounding it. We have shown the effectiveness of the zero-shot classifier. We have clustered the documents based on the context, where we have leveraged the embeddings of the text generated by the sentence transformer. We have also reduced the number of topics by grouping the contextually similar documents, which improves the accuracy of the topic prediction generated by the zero-shot model. We have introduced the new evaluation metric. What is zero-shot model? Zero-shot model is a pre-trained model. It is independent of the training phase. The intuition behind the zero-shot model is to identify the topic of a text without observing them before. The strength of this model, it considers the contextual relation between the text and the target classes while performing the inference. To apply this model, we need to feed the model with the unseen text and the list of unseen topics. Zero-shot model versus supervised model. Zero-shot model predicts the multiple topics of a single text at a time. It computes the probability score in the range of 0 and 1 for each target topic. It provides the ranked list of the predicted topics. On the other hand, supervised model, it can infer a single topic of a text at a time. Advantage of the zero-shot model. The machine learning models require to learn the information of data and topics. A sufficient training data is needed to train the machine learning models. However, it is not feasible to generate the training data instantly from the millions of text without human effort. Human annotation is time-consuming. Traditional classifier model cannot infer without training. As the zero-shot model is the pre-trained model, it will be useful to generate the evidence without any training requirements. Nevertheless, we have observed the limitations of the zero-shot model. The limitations are, it largely depends on the pre-trained phase. If the number of unseen target topic is large, zero-shot model shows poor performance. To mitigate these limitations, we have proposed a cluster-based approach that reduces the number of unique topics. In this regard, we have leveraged k-methods and agglomerative clustering-based approach. Now we will discuss the pipeline of our cluster-based approach. First of all, we have collected the list of unique classes from the data. Then we apply the k-methods to these classes to cluster them into k clusters. For each of the cluster, we extract the method or the cluster central data instance, which is also known as the cluster head. Then we process the data set by assigning the cluster head as the new class label to each of the text. Thus, we reduce the number of unique classes. Then we extracted the embeddings leveraging the extract the embeddings of the text leveraging the sentence transformer, and we apply the agglomerative clustering on these text embeddings to group the text with the similar context. Next, we apply the zero-shot model to each of the clusters to perform the inference. Now we'll discuss our evaluation criteria. We've evaluated our approach in 3 dimensions: accuracy of the predictions, where we compared between the zero-shot and the supervised model. Then we compare between the cluster-based zero-shot and non-cluster-based zero-shot model. Second is the probability score, where a model is performing well, which generates higher probability score for the original label compared to that of the non-original label. Here we compare the cluster-based zero-shot model and the zero-shot without clustering. Next, we have analyzed statistically, where we have measured the standard deviation, mean, and peak values before clustering and after clustering. We have leveraged 3 datasets: Reuters News Group dataset, Yahoo Answer Topic dataset, and practical application-based forensic dataset. Reuters and Yahoo datasets are publicly available, and the forensic datasets are available in our GitHub. Here is a summary of our dataset, where for Reuters dataset we have leveraged 900 text where each of the text has at least 3 topic labels. On the other hand, for Yahoo Answer Topic dataset, we have leveraged 3 million datasets. For practical application-based forensic dataset, we have extracted this data from the Android mobile devices, leveraging the magnet axiom process or the Examine commercial digital forensic tool. We have extracted the text from the Gmail, Facebook, and Twitter applications of the Android mobile device. Here we have shown the comparison between the zero-shot and the supervised model with respect to the FN score, and we have shown that the zero-shot model outperforming the supervised models such as the support vector machine, naive Bayes, random forest, and decision tree. Here also compared between the cluster-based and the non-cluster-based approach with respect to the accuracy of prediction, and we have shown that the cluster-based approach is outperforming the non-cluster-based approach. Here we have shown the comparison between the cluster-based approach and non-cluster-based approach. So specifically, we see that the cluster-based approach is producing higher probability score for the original labels compared to that of the non-original labels. The statistical analysis has been shown in this table, where we observe that after applying the clustering approach, the mean and peak accuracy of the zero-shot model is much higher than the scenario where cluster is not applied. Furthermore, we observe the standard deviation is much less in case of cluster-based approach compared to the non-cluster-based approach, and we have shown this scenario for our both benchmark Yahoo dataset and the Reuters dataset. And for the forensic dataset analysis, we have generated an automatic text level approach using the supervised SVM model, where we have trained the SVM model with the head speech dataset and the Reuters dataset. And then with this leveled dataset, we have applied the zero-shot model to perform the inference, and from the outcome we see that the zero-shot model has very high accuracy. On the other hand, we have also shown that after applying the clustering-based approach, the accuracy improves a lot. Overall summary, in this paper, we have shown that zero-shot model is a pre-trained model. Through the experiment, we have shown zero-shot model outperforms the supervised model concerning the prediction accuracy and useful in digital forensic analysis. We have shown that the cluster-based approach improves the performance of the zero-shot model. In future, we will extend our investigation for the conversation text to infer the topic of the short text, such as the chats and the social media. Incorporation of the context, such as the information about the conversational partners, may offer additional layer of accuracy enhancement. and finally the fine-tuning the zero-shot model. So that's it, and thank you for your patience. Thanks.
So thank you. Maybe we should check if the authors joined us on Zoom. In the meantime, it seems that they haven't. Okay, so if there are any questions, maybe you should use their contact and contact them. So the next paper is titled, presentation is titled, Driven to Evidence, the Digital Forensic Trail of Vehicles, University College Dublin. I think I don't see anybody from there. Yeah, so I'll just check if we have the recording. We do.
With the University College Dublin relating to vehicle forensics. Digital forensics investigations are constantly growing in volume and variety of data sources. Vehicle forensics has become a prevalent part of digital forensics, providing key data and evidence as it relates to investigations, whether this be crash inquiries or used for establishing timelines, tracing location histories, or corroborating user activities. In-vehicle infotainment systems, or IVI, provide not only location data, but also communication capabilities. They operate as embedded computer systems, essentially acting as their own computer system. This therefore results in a large amount of data and the retention of both volatile and non-volatile artifacts, providing opportunities when it comes to digital forensics. Vehicle forensics has traditionally been approached in a dead box forensics way, analysing solely the IVI system after the fact, generally after seizure. While there has been research conducted as to what vehicle and location-related artifacts can be obtained from mobile device extractions that may have been connected to a vehicle, this has not yet been compared to whether the same data also resides on an IVI system. This is important as it provides a rounded approach to vehicle-related investigations, navigating through different methods as to where information or potential evidence could be stored. For example, an IVI system acquisition has been completed and does not contain any data of interest. Could this data further be stored on a synced mobile device and obtained through a forensic extraction, or vice versa? There is further limited to no research in the vehicle forensic space of exploring a live network traffic intercept on a mobile device when connected to an IVI system. There is potential opportunity to determine what artifacts may be left behind or recovered through a live data capture of a paired mobile device to an IVI system that was not obtained through the first two phases and methods. Previous studies in the realm of vehicle forensics have focused on one primary approach of data acquisition from the IVI, whereas this research complements these previous approaches by introducing the methodology of live network interceptions. Instead of reliance on one acquisition, this research discusses forensic opportunities across multiple. Live network interceptions, mobile device extractions, and IVI data retrieval each offer unique advantages and face their own technical challenges. By integrating these approaches, this provides the enhanced ability to gather comprehensive, reliable, and contextually in-depth evidence. This research discusses approaches to the digital forensic investigations that allow us to adapt to analyse a wide range of data from different sources as technology evolves. This research further demonstrates obtaining data from multiple sources is crucial for the recovery of further artifacts and for information corroboration. Throughout literature, there is a focus on dead box forensic approaches, and few of them also focus on the network infrastructures within vehicles and the associated investigative opportunities. The current research is further missing the analysis and comparison of artifacts between connected devices, such as mobiles, and the data residing on an IVI system. Therefore, the research objectives include determining if the forensic extractions from mobile devices synced to IVI systems yield more data and artifacts than sole IVI acquisitions alone, and determining if artifacts can appear on both. The research will further determine if live network interception of the mobile devices when connected to the IVI yields further information unavailable through the previous first two acquisition methods. The forensic approach and experiment setup, including testing vehicles, being two Ford Explorers models from 2015 and 2019. The mobile devices used were an Apple iPhone model XR and operating system 15.5. The second mobile device was a Samsung Galaxy S9 Android operating system 9. Software utilized included standard commercial off-the-shelf forensic tooling, including database browsers for SQLite parsing databases, Cellbrite UFED, and Xways forensics. For the live network capture, Fiddler Everywhere Pro was used. The experiment methodology was approached systematically in 3 parts, focusing on the internal storage in the IVI system, internal storage in the mobile device, and wireless communication between the IVI and mobile device. The IVI system, a physical extraction was acquired through standard JTAG methods, and the data parsed through aforementioned commercial tooling and manual validation of the databases. The network intercept was completed with Fiddler and captured data packets being sent to and from the mobile test devices, utilizing a trusted cert to decrypt TLS traffic. The mobile devices were extracted using Cellbrite, and a full file system extraction obtained for the Apple iPhone and a physical for the Samsung Android, which is the most comprehensive level of mobile device extraction available for these devices. Analysis of the internal storage in the IVI systems and their operating systems reflected the variation of these can have an impact on the stored data and the associated ease of analysis. The 2015 Ford Explorer contained a Sync Gen 2 IVI system, and the 2019 Explorer a Sync Gen 3 IVI system. Physical extractions of both were obtained, and not all commercial forensic tools ingested these the same or were able to ingest them at all. Forensic tooling such as Cellbrite attempted to ingest it as the pure relational database file, however was not able to parse out and display the information. It collated it all into a single SQLite database, which does not reflect the native forensic acquisition of the file and folder structure of the IVI system. The 2019 Gen 3 posed further challenges due to running BlackBerry's limited QNX operating system. Manual examination was needed for interpretation and analysis. This was done by using a Linux virtual machine, mounting the image file, and subsequently a logical extraction of the partitions could be created. The partitions were then extracted to a zip file for manual analysis and could then be further ingested into other forensic tools. Analysis of the internal storage in the mobile device and the internet browsing history was conducted. Internet browsing data was generated on the mobile devices with user input search terms while connected to the vehicles. The history was not recovered in the IVI acquisitions, however it was recovered from the iPhone full file system and Android physical extractions, including from both browsers Safari and Google Chrome tested. This reflects that in order to obtain all data, an extraction of both the IVI and connected mobile devices is required. Live network intercept testing was completed on the mobile devices at the time of being connected to the vehicle's IVI systems. A connection to Fiddler was established through the mobile devices and a cert installed to route the traffic through a proxy. Data was able to be captured as online user input searches were conducted on the device. This captured user input search terms, user agent string data, which correctly included the device models, OS, and browser types being used. Data relating to vehicles can be recovered in a variety of ways, whether this be direct imaging of the modules and infotainment units, extracted from mobile devices, or from interception data from a connected mobile device. Data from these methods can be analysed to provide insight into the user's location history, connections, and pattern of life through behaviour of the user. This research has shown that the artefacts gathered from each device can vary substantially, with not all artefacts able to be obtained from any one specific approach. The acquisition method was a JTAG approach to obtain a physical extraction, however there are other available methods. This three-pronged approach proved successful in obtaining the most amount of information possible. There are limitations to this approach, however, such as requiring access to the connected mobile device in order to enable the network intercept. In a practical sense, this may require the appropriate legal authority and technical training. The level of acquisition for the IVI system also may not be available for all makes and models of vehicles. There are future research opportunities as it relates to vehicle forensics, including testing a wider set of make and models of vehicles and horizon scanning for issues such as encryption. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we should check if the authors joined us. They haven't, so
we can move on to the next presentation, titled Autonomous Driving System Configuration, Defect Detection Method Based on Fuzzing. Shandong University of Technology. Okay. In that case, I'll just play the video.
Detection method is the present at this conference. The autonomous driving system is increasingly complex, including many software configuration items. These configuration items involve the perception, planning, control, and other aspects of the vehicle according to the cost of software defects, the Polo and AutoWare platforms. The misconfiguration items account for 27.25%, posing a major challenge to the safety of the autonomous driving system. Configuration security has gradually become an important research topic. However, existing methods often fail to effectively detect and alleviate configuration defects, so I will provide a detailed introduction to our research method. Firstly, convert the system software code into an XML document and then validate the system input class. The first automatic matching of configuration variables. Establish the matching relationship for software configuration items to corresponding handling configuration variable names in program source code. The second, configuration construct expression. This section focuses on extracting constructs related to configuration variables from branch processing statements, including type constructs, range constructs, and control constructs between multiple configuration items. The second, configuration defect diagnosis and repair. This section uses fuzzing technology to design and implement configuration defect diagnosis and auxiliary repair tools. This tool uses an automatic fuzzing framework to achieve the diagnosis and assisted repair of configuration caused by continuously changing configuration items, repeatedly acting ADS, and real-time monitoring of vehicle operation states. Below, I will provide detailed introduction in models. The first is configuration variable automatic map configuration items into program variable in source code. It is necessary to identify and locate the software system. We found that there are two methods for reading configuration items in our system, namely the parent method and get method, similar to like this. Therefore, we located the code location of parent method and get methods from the XML field, extract their parameter list, and then store them in II. The second part is configuration construct expressions, which includes three functional models. The first is how to obtain the configuration variable types, which include the basic type and static types. Basic types are the most fundamental way of representing data in programming languages. So how can we obtain the basic types of the variables? Our method covers the code used to initialize the configuration variables into an abstract simplex tree, which describes the basic types of the variables, such as the double types in the case of left size. The simplex types of variables is more on the meaning of data and research on open source software configuration fields, divided the common simplex types into field types, folder types, IP type, and network address. We have designed a method for obtaining simplex types of configuration items based on name and value figures as string matching of configuration item names or regular matching of configuration item values. We can obtain the simplex types of some configuration items. Configuration variables in software systems often have certain constructs that need to be met. When users exceed the corresponding value range when setting configuration values, corresponding configuration failures may occur during software system operation. For example, in this if statement, we can obtain that the explanation source to be less than one of this tree. However, in the statement block of the if statement, we found warning message and the statement to explanation source. All of this logic and government is incorrect, and the create one should be that explanation source is greater than one and essentially. Therefore, in this process, we recorded the logic government of the if and switch statements and the illustrator branch processing code semantics. Identification of error handling code snippets for the next step. Error handling code different software systems have many different features. So analyze with summarizes the different error handling code segments, which including three categories: error handling function name characteristics, error messaging keyword characteristics, and reassignment values for configuration variables. If a branch processing code segment is identified as an error processing code segment, the logical judgment it points to should be reposed as the final construct from the configuration variables. The following is the final part of our design of configuration detection and repair method with some pathing. The method passes the structured configuration construct into a seed field, processing the seed field to generate multiple sets of configuration parameter test cases. So mutation cases and upload them to the ADS. The effectiveness of the pathing process is evaluated by calculating the code coverage rate, function coverage rate, and the data rate. In case of abnormal behaviors, the system reports the error constructs and assisted in configuration repair. We employ three configuration term mutation stages, random mutation, and rule-based methods to evaluate system performance on the under different configuration items. Here is our experimental and evaluation process to evaluate the performance and validate our determined. We use the AutoWare open source software project for ADS code as experimental targets. The various models of AutoWare involve many configuration parameters for ADS security. We assisted automatic matching of configuration item variables, configuration variable construct expressions, and experimental and evaluation of other methods. To validate the effectiveness of the matching method proposed in this paper, it was compared with a conventional text matching method. When only the improved text matching method is used, the recognition rate for some software system is relatively low. However, after applying the method proposed in this paper, the number of matchings increased significantly, achieving 100% recognition accuracy rate. This identifies the performance of the text matching method in terms of matching results. Based on the automatic identification of error handling code segments, this subsection has granted the experimental evaluation of configuration variable construction expression. In total, 721 configuration constructs of various types were expected. Automatic analysis and validation based on source code semantics and references such as user manuals results in 91.8% accuracy rate for configuration variable construct expression. For the experimental evaluation of items, we consider 2008 index, data rate, and coverage rate, which are important indicator of the quality of test case generated by Fuzzy. For the data rate, based on the results for configuration construct expression, this paper select 151 configuration parameters. It generates a total of 1,000 group of configuration parameter test cases using random mutation and rule-based method. These cases are analyzed to account the creation and the percentage of various states in the ADS. It can be observed that among the configuration parameter test cases generated by Fuzzy, 89.9% of the cases can lead to abnormal behaviors of ADS vehicle. This indicates that the Fuzzy method designed in this paper effectively detects a high number of configuration faults. In addition, in generating test cases with configuration parameters randomly within legal configuration constructs using the random methods, 40 software configuration defects were successfully detected. These defects involve multiple software configurations of primary model, model, and sequence model. For the coverage rate, this paper calculated the line coverage and the function coverage of the ADS system and two key models, core planning and the core perception. Using LCOV and GCOV tools, we compare the coverage rate with write files to verify the effectiveness of Fuzzy. From the table, the proposed Fuzzy method containing more than 38% in both code coverage rate and the branch coverage rate, which rate much higher than that 32% of the graph files method. This comparison result highlights the significant advantage of this system in terms of coverage rate. In order to solve the problem of system failure, the variable configuration errors, the paper proposed the dynamic fuzzy method for configuration parameter based on the code's static analysis. This method uses static analysis technology to automatically map and detect the constructs of configuration variable while applying dynamic fuzzy method to configuration parameter to introduce ADS into multiple anomalous disks and detect specific configuration parameter types. This the experimental results show that this method performance well in detecting configuration types. Thank you for all the reviewing experts and pending solar policy.
So round of applause. Okay, we can continue to second to last presentation. Research on minimum receptive field of convolutional neural networks for energy analysis attack. Beijing Electronic Science and Technology Institute. Yeah. I don't think the authors are here. Yeah. Hmm? Okay, so I'll play the recording.
Of convolutional neural networks for energy analysis attack. For research background. Side channel attack, SCA, non-profiled attacks, PPA, CPA, or MIA. Profiling attacks, PA, stochastic models. Deep learning convolutional neural network performs well in dealing with complex data and shows great potential in energy analysis or attack type, and even improve the performance of TA. Method. When attacking the crypto chip, it is usually the CMOS inside that is attacked. CMOS chip composed of chip operation has a static nature. A CLK clock cycle is divided into dynamic time TD and static time TS, two parts. D flip-flop as an edge-triggered memory unit is a basic flip-flop commonly used in digital circuits and is one of the most used units in timing logic circuits. Master-slave D flip-flop cycle characterization. D flip-flop cycle waveform when the clock frequency is equal to the maximum operating frequency. This is when the clock frequency is less than the maximum operating frequency. In the field of machine learning, a deep neural network usually consists of multiple layers, each of which contains a number of neurons used to process part of the data in the previous layer, a process similar to the propagation of light signals in biology. Receptive field and dynamic power consumption. Minimum sensory field formula. Experiments. This dataset is based on the AES encryption standard and runs on the ATmega 8515 microcontroller, collecting data by monitoring electromagnetic radiation, minimum receptive calculation. The maximum operating frequency of the attacked ATmega 8515 microcontroller is 16 MHz. The sample frequency of the oscilloscope is 2 GHz. Substituting the above parameters into Formula 8, the calculation process is as follows. Design schemes for receptive files under different convolutional layers. Design schemes for receptive files under different convolutional kernels. Anytime of models under different receptive files. Inclusion. The structure of CMOS logic gate circuits in cryptographic chips and their dynamic power consumption characteristics are studied, and then the energy cycle characteristics of the flip-flops are investigated so as to obtain the relationship between the power consumption of cryptographic chips and their cycle characteristics. The minimum sensory file model of convolutional neural network for energy analysis attack is proposed. Verification program realization. The feasibility of this model is proved by comparing various evaluation indexes such as the success rate, loss rate, and gas entropy of the model. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for the last presentation, a paper called HICR, exfiltrating data from air-gapped computers via thermal signals. Beijing Electronic Science and Technology Institute. So, is everybody? I don't think anybody's here. Okay, so the last recording.
Air-gapped computers via thermal signals. Physical isolation is an effective means of protection for securing computers. The principle is to prevent the protected computer from using Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and to physically isolate the computer system from external electromagnetic waves with devices such as metal shielding covers. Isolated computers cannot be physically connected to other devices, cutting off their connection to external networks. At the same time, the transfer of information between physically isolated computers and other devices can only be conducted under manual control, thus avoiding the risk of computer intrusion or information leakage. Computer physical isolation is mainly applied in government sectors such as intelligence, military, and non-government sectors such as finance. However, physically isolated computers are not absolutely safe. Attackers can inject malicious software into physically isolated computers through physical media infection, supply chain contamination, strong electromagnetic radiation, laser injection, etc., to obtain sensitive information within the physically isolated computer. Then, by using covered channel technologies such as electromagnetic, acoustic, optical, thermal, and electric power, they can transmit information from the physically isolated computer, thereby breaking through the physical isolation constraints. Thermal covered channels have been developed in recent years. They are methods of transmitting information by controlling the operation of the CPU or GPU through programs, thereby modulating the temperature of physically isolated computers. Bit whisper is a method that uses built-in temperature sensors of computers to sense the temperature changes of adjacent computers. thus achieving two-way communication. Hotspot is a method that uses the temperature sensors in smartphones to sense the temperature changes of the attacked computer, thus achieving one-way communication. Its advantage is that it can use universally available smartphones as receivers without professional equipment. HVAC is a method that uses air conditioning systems as a bridge to send commands from an external network to an isolated network. Its advantage is that it can perform remote attacks by using the temperature control of air conditioning systems to modulate signals. Though Google proposed two physical isolation-resistant attack methods based on thermal cover channels, both methods have their flaws. The bit-whisper communication rate is very low, capable of transmitting only 8 bits per hour, and the two computers must be very close to each other, no more than 40 centimeters apart. Hotspot has a lower communication rate, capable of transmitting 30 to 60 bits per hour, and requires attacker's smartphone to be very close to the attacked computer, no more than 50 centimeters away. Moreover, it necessitates the use of a temperature sensor on the receiving end smartphone, which increases the difficulty of deployment and use. Each factor requires the attacker to have access to the target network's air conditioning system and to install malicious software within the target network. To address the issues of low transmission rates and short attack distances in existing thermal cover channels, we propose a new thermal cover channel attack method, TACR. This method controls the workload of the CPU or GPU chip of a physical computer through malicious software, encodes the data to be transmitted, and then modulates the CPU or GPU to cause regular temperature changes, thereby controlling the temperature changes at the computer's exhaust vent and other places. Then, the attacker uses infrared thermal imaging equipment and other devices to observe these temperature changes from a distance and record them. By decoding the temperature data, the transmitted information can be recovered. First, we introduce a new thermal signal-based covered channel that can be used to leak data from air-gapped computers. We describe the steps involved in carrying out such an attack, the impact of various factors on the effectiveness of the attack, and the protective measures that can be taken. Second, we propose a new thermal signal reception scheme, using a thermal imager to collect the temperature of the computer's exhaust vent to obtain encoded information. Third, we propose a suitable thermal signal encoding scheme and a protocol which takes into account the small range and rapid changes in temperature at the computer's exhaust vent. Common encoding schemes such as non-return to zero coding, return to zero coding, and Manchester coding are not suitable for thermal channel transmission encoding. Using the encoding scheme proposed in this paper, the transmission rate can be effectively improved. Fourth, through experimental verification, the proposed scheme can achieve an effective transmission distance within 4 meters and a transmission rate of more than 60 bits per hour, both superior to comparative schemes. We believe that with better equipment or lower noise levels, longer distances and higher risk can be achieved. To achieve long-distance coverage and rapid communication from physically isolated computers, Transmitting information out of the physically isolated computers, we designed a hacker scheme. The scheme operates by running a program within the physically isolated computer, causing the CPU or GPU to generate heat, thus leading to temperature changes at the notebook's exhaust ports. The sensitive information to be transmitted is modulated onto the exhaust port temperature to carry out the sensitive information transfer. Then, using a remote thermal imager, the temperature of the physically isolated computer's exhaust port is collected, and by decoding the temperature, the sensitive information is demodulated from the temperature data. In our study, the attack target is a notebook computer that has implemented various security measures, including physical disconnection from the public internet and the strict restriction on the use of external storage devices such as USB. Although this notebook computer has taken the aforementioned security measures, it still stores sensitive information, such as encryption keys, which are of great value to attackers. The primary step in the attack is to deploy malicious software on the target computer stealthily. The main function of this malware is to collect and filter out high-value information, such as encryption keys and other short yet critical data from the target system. Once the required information is collected, the malicious software will transmit the data via carefully designed thermal signals. For covert transmission of information, the malicious software will control the notebook computer's GPU and CPU workload, modulating the temperature near the exhaust fan outlet. These subtle temperature changes are almost imperceptible to ordinary users, but for attackers equipped with thermal imaging devices, they are an effective means of data transmission. Attackers may choose to carry out the attack when the user is absent, such as during night hours, to reduce the risk of detection. Additionally, the attack can be performed while the user is operating the computer, taking advantage of the heat generated by user operations as cover. The attacker would use a thermal imager to observe and record the temperature changes of the target computer from an appropriate distance. In order to implement the hacker attack, it is necessary to design a communication protocol between the sender and receiver to achieve reliable transmission of information. Due to the thermal signal's characteristic of slow change, that is, the propagation of temperature changes do not complete instantaneously like electrical signals, and a thermal signal's change requires some time to stabilize. Besides, thermal signals are highly susceptible to environmental influences and interferences. These physical characteristics determine that our communication protocol design must possess sufficient reliability to ensure that the receiving end can accurately detect and decode the signal. To facilitate recognition and synchronization by the receiving end, we introduce start and end flag bits, which contain specific patterns. Such flag bits can help the receiving end determine the beginning and end of a data frame. In addition, we included checksum bits to increase transmission reliability, as well as a retransmission mechanism to cope with the unidirectional nature and unreliability of the thermal channel. Common encoding methods such as non-return to zero and return to zero are based on electrical or optical signals that can change rapidly and maintain stable states. In the hacker attack scenario, the physical Layer consists of thermal signals propagated through the air. Due to the physical characteristics of thermal channels, the temperature signals at the computer's exhaust ports change slowly. It is clear that the change in thermal signals is slow and cannot achieve the rapid transitions like electrical signals. Additionally, due to the characteristics of physically isolated computers, the designed communication is simplex and handshake-free. Therefore, traditional encoding schemes for electrical or optical signals are not applicable for thermal channels, necessitating a specialized encoding method for thermal signals. Considering the characteristics of thermal channels, this paper designs a novel binary information encoding scheme called thermal code. In thermal code, we define a clock cycle and determine the binary bit value based on the temperature change pattern within that cycle. Specifically, if an increase and a subsequent decrease in temperature are observed within a clock cycle, and this change exceeds a predetermined threshold, we consider a bit 1 to have been transmitted. Conversely, if there is no significant temperature rise or fall within a clock cycle, or if a temperature drop is observed, then we decide that a bit 0 has been sent. In the hacker attack methodology, the duty cycle is a key factor determining the quality of data transmission and the stealthiness of the attack. The duty cycle refers to the proportion of time that the CPU is utilized to generate heat signals during a thermal code encoding cycle. We studied the error rate under different duty cycles at 2 different heat generation powers and 2 transmission rates of 60 beats per hour and 120 beats per hour. The results demonstrate that the duty cycle plays a significant role during encoding. When set too low, for instance, at 10%, the duration of CPU workload is too short, resulting in insufficient heat generation to cause a notable temperature change at the exhaust port, making it challenging for the receiver to accurately identify the transmission of warmth. In this case, the error rate can reach as high as 100%, rendering data transmission ineffective. As the duty cycle increases, the CPU's heat generation time extends, leading to more distinct temperature changes at the exhaust port, which aids in more accurate data detection by the receiving device. We observed a significant drop in error rate at the duty cycle between 33% to 66%, even reaching an error rate of 0% under certain conditions, indicating that this range of duty cycles can effectively transmit data. However, further increasing the duty cycle, particularly beyond 66%, results in insufficient cooling time during the chip's heat generation process, reducing the temperature difference between consecutive bit 1 and increasing the error rate. For example, at a duty cycle of 90%, regardless of the transmission rate of 60 bits per hour or 120 bits per hour, the error rate increases significantly, suggesting that too high of a duty cycle is counterproductive for accurate data transmission. In addition, the duty cycle directly affects the stealthiness of the attack. An increased duty cycle implies a longer time of a high workload occupying the CPU, leading to louder fan noise and potentially attracting user attention, thus increasing the risk of the attack being detected. Therefore, when choosing a duty cycle, a balance must be found between signal transmission accuracy and the concealment of the attack. Considering both the performance and stealthiness of the attack, we generally recommend a duty cycle between 30% to 50%. As the experimental data indicates, This range not only maintains a low error rate but also provides a degree of concealment for the attack. We design experiments to verify the feasibility of our method and explore the factors that affect the effectiveness of the attack. Our experiments are divided into two parts, the transmitter and the receiver. The transmitter sends sensitive information from the compromised computer out into the external environment via thermal signals. The receiver captures these temperature changes signals and analyzes them to reconstruct the information sent by the transmitter. To carry out our attack, it is first necessary to gain control over the target computer, in other words, to infect it with our malware. It can be achieved through supply chain attacks, social engineering, or malicious insiders. In our experiments, we used the ADA64 software system stability test function to control the workload of the CPU and GPU chips. The stress FPU and stress GPU options provided by the system stability test function can put the computer CPU and GPU chips under high load, thus generating a significant amount of heat. We controlled the CPU chip load with the Fermac CPU burner. Fermac CPU burner allows setting the number of threads, thereby controlling the intensity of the CPU load. The receiver uses thermal imaging equipment to observe temperature changes in the vicinity of the vents of the attacked computer from a distance, records these temperature changes, and then analyzes the data. We evaluate the performance of our system based on the receiver's ability to recover information from the sender's computer, using the bit error rate as a metric to assess the attack performance under different conditions and discuss factors affecting the performance of the experiment. The impact of observation distance. The farther the distance, the lower the accuracy of temperature change observation and the greater the error. We studied the relationship between bit error rate and distance at two different transmission rates, as shown in Fig. It can be seen that under other constant conditions, as the observation distance increases, the bit error rate increases. The impact of transmission rate. The transmission rate refers to the number of bits transmitted through the thermal cover channel in a given time. A faster transmission rate means shorter intervals between sending each bit, that is, a shorter clock cycle. Since the temperature change of the computer from heating to heat dissipation and back to the initial level is short. If the transmission rate is too fast, and the next bit is sent before the computer surface temperature has had time to return to the initial level, this will cause the temperature data to be less distinguishable. Our experiments show that a clock cycle set to 60 seconds or 60 beats per hour can achieve better performance at greater distances. A clock cycle set to 120 beats per hour can achieve faster transmission speeds, but the bit rate increases at longer observation distances. The impact of ambient temperature. Ambient temperature refers to the room temperature where the thermal imaging camera and the attack computer are located. Changes in ambient temperature will affect the transmission of thermal signals because it affects the dissipation and the radiation. As the impact of the ambient temperature on the performance of these experiments on different conditions. The results are shown in the table. From the experimental results, it can be seen that compared to a room temperature of 25 degrees centigrade, the bit error rate increases at 30 degrees centigrade. This may be due to the increase in ambient temperature causing a decrease in heat dissipation, leading to a decline in the distinctiveness of computer service temperature changes, and thus a decrease in the discrimination of thermal signals. Impact of other computer loads. In addition to executing our malware, the computer will have other programs that consume CPU resources, such as system processes, daemon processes, user processes, etc. These will affect the temperatures of the CPU, thus causing to assess the impact of computer load on the attack performance. We conducted experiments under different load conditions. The experimental results are shown in Fig. It can be seen from the figure that as the CPU load increases, the bit error rate also increases. When the CPU burner runs with 2 threads, the bit error rate reaches close to 10% at a transmission rate of 120 bits per hour, which indicates that high load reduces the distinctiveness of thermal signals and increases the difficulty of recognition by the receiver. Our experiments also found that light loads such as normal office work and web browsing have little effect on the attack. This suggests that our attack method can be carried out while the user is normally using the computer. The impact of heat generation power. The temperature change at the computer's exhaust vent is caused by changes in the load of CPU and GPU. The higher the load, the more obvious the temperature change, and the easier it is for the receiving end to recognize the signal. However, too high a load will cause fan noise and user attention. Generation on information transmission bit error rate. Our experimental results are shown in Fig. The experimental results show that as the heat generation power increases, the bit error rate of generation transmission decreases. Our proposed method compared to the existing research is a clear limitation of big research is the short attack distance. Our experiments have achieved reliable transition rating force. Some of existing methods have lower communication rates, while our method can achieve transmission of 120 bits per hour. This paper presents a method for extracting data from air malware to control the load on CPU and air-gapped computer, thereby causing temperature changes in the computer's exhaust. By analyzing these temperature changes with a thermal imaging device from a distance, it is possible to recover the information at the computer through the thermal channel, achieving covered leakage. This paper has demonstrated that it is feasible to achieve reliable of 60 to 120 per hour. However, we believe that reliable transmission of thermal equipment while reducing the transmission rate. Furthermore, how to conduct attacks in an open environment is also worth further exploration. For instance, how to implement an attack during normal working hours with the presence of these uncertain factors may affect the quality of the signal and also for listening.
Check of Zoom, okay? Summary, thank you for being here. And thanks everyone in Zoom chat. I would also like to make a small announcement. Today's gala dinner will be held in here in Hotel Dubrovnik at the same place where we had lunch today. So yeah, thank you.